Chapter 3850. The banquet began, and the young elites of various families all took their seats. Xiao Rongrong is very jealous of Linya. She did not expect that Linya would actually come and sit at the same table as Yi Huahua. On the other hand, she could only sit with Yi Xingyun and the others. Even Yi Xingyun did not have the qualifications to sit at the same table as Yi Huahua. Yi Xingyun saw that Linya and Yi Huahua have such a good relationship, and his heart sank. Xiaoya, this is my big brother, Yi Wuqing. He's now at the 5th level of the Dao person realm, and his blood qi is at level 30. He's the most outstanding young man in our Yi clan. Yi Huahua introduced a cold-faced young man to Linya. Greetings, young master Yi Wuqing. Linya only greeted him in a low voice. I heard that Yi Xingyun has been pestering you. I will teach him a lesson later. A trash like him is not worthy of you. Yi Wuqing said, Thank you, young master Yi Wuqing. Linya heaved a sigh of relief and quickly thanked him. Xiaoya, don't fall for my big brother. He already has a fiancée, the daughter of the city lord, Baisu. Yi Huahua laughed in a low voice and said, Very beautiful big sister, you should have heard of her. Ah, I heard that she is not married to Yi Xingyun. Linya is somewhat surprised because this is what Xiao Rongrong told her. Who said that? Yi Wuqing's face turned cold and said in a deep voice, Although I don't like women like Baisu, even if I don't want her, it will not be Yi Xingyun's turn. This trash is not even worthy of carrying Baisu's shoes. Linya knew that Yi Xingyun was not worthy of the city, Lord's daughter Baisu. Xinxiang has arrived. His expression is indifferent as he steadily walked into the luxurious hall. Seeing Xinxiang arrive, all the young elites in the shop today are in an uproar. Linya is immediately dumbfounded. Xinxiang really came. Xiao Rongrong's face is full of smiles because she knows that there is a show to watch and it will drag Linya down with it. Yi Xingyun only smiled. He plans to bully this handsome young man tonight to add some cheerful atmosphere to the banquet. Where did this country bumpkin come from? Yi Xingyun suddenly shouted. Is this a place where you can come to? Exactly. Miss Yi Huahua's banquet is not a place where you can just show up. Xiao Rongrong also stood up and shouted. At this moment, several young and outstanding bootlickers who wanted to curry favor with Yi Xingyun were angrily rebuking Xinxiang. Get out of here. Look at what you're wearing. You've made this hall stink. Linya can come, but you can't. Don't think that you can enter my circle just because, you know Linya. News of Xinxiang had also spread among this group of young elites. Perhaps only Yi Huahua's table didn't know, because they were the most outstanding elites and wouldn't associate with those trash. Linya bit her lip. She knew that if Xinxiang came, he would definitely make a fool of himself. Just as she was about to ask Yi Huahua to help Xinxiang out of this predicament, Yi Huahua suddenly interrupted her. Young Master Xin, come here quickly, I am here. Yi Huahua suddenly stood up and shouted to Xinxiang, I saved a seat for you. Come quickly. The young elites who were constantly mocking Xinxiang were suddenly dumbfounded. The entire banquet suddenly became very quiet. Soon, everyone understood that this might be Linya who asked Yi Huahua to help out. Sister, this person is not a good person. Don't listen to Linya. Linya asked him to come privately. Yi Xingyun immediately shouted, I invited young Master Shen. Yi Huahua also didn't know what was going on, frowned, and said, This banquet was held to invite young Master Shen. You don't seem to welcome him. Everyone was in an uproar again. Yi Huahua held a banquet for this young man. What was going on? Linya was stunned because she had never mentioned Xinxiang to Yi Huahua, which meant that Xinxiang was really invited by Yi Huahua. Young Master Shen, come and sit. Yi Wuqing stood up and shouted to Xinxiang and said, Ignore those flies. Yi Wuqing was also very handsome, but he was very cold and looked like he didn't recognize anyone. The way he looked at people was like looking at an enemy, but he was still quite good. Chapter 38:51. Starflame Marquis was not in the U residence today. He must have something important to do. Even Uncle Lee did not know where he went. Originally, Starflame Marquis wanted to go to the banquet to see his granddaughter. Since he did not go, it meant that the matter was very important. Shan Xiang followed Uncle Lee to the forbidden area and went straight to the most important building. Uncle Lee brought Qin Xiang to a room, only to see a burly man with a full beard lying on the bed with a face full of pain. There was an arrow stuck in his abdomen. This black-clothed man is very strong. He should be the same strength as Uncle Lee. Obviously, this black-clothed man is another capable assistant of Starflame Marquis. Black Flame, how did you get hurt so badly? Who did it? Uncle Lee quickly went over. The black-clothed man looks younger than Uncle Lee. He took a few deep breaths and said with gritted teeth, "It's those bastards from Supreme Immortal Sect. We have to pull out this arrow." Starflame Marquis looked at Qin Xiang and asked, "Young Master Shin, look at this arrow and see if you can find anything." Supreme Immortal Sect's arrow is not an ordinary arrow. We don't dare to pull it out. Starflame Marquis added, he knows that Qin Xiang has a very strong divine sense and can investigate more clearly. Qin Xiang walked over and released his divine sense to take a look. This Supreme Immortal Sect's arrow is indeed not a small matter. This arrow pierced through Black Flame's body, and many red threads burst out from within the arrow. These threads were like very thin little snakes spreading throughout Black Flame's burly body. These threads strangely entered the internal organs of the body and even wound around the main tendons and meridians. If he directly pulled out the arrow, it might cause the threads to tighten and then severely injure the internal organs and tendons, causing him to be in so much pain that he would rather die. Even if he did not pull out the arrow, Black Flame is in so much pain. After careful observation, Qin Xiang said his discovery. Those bastards from Supreme Immortal Sect. On the surface they are sanctimonious, but they use such a vicious thing. Black Flame angrily cursed and said, "Patriarch, just pull out the arrow!" "This is 9 Death Spider Silk Arrow." Starflame Marquis sighed. His face is full of grief. "How did I let down the Empire? Why are you pressuring me? Could it be that you want to force me to give up my fief and force me to leave Starfire City before you are willing to give up? What, 9 Death Spider Silk Arrow?" Uncle Lee's face suddenly became very ugly. "So be it. Patriarch, you don't need to avenge me. My life was saved by Patriarch. I've lived long enough." Black Flame wasn't afraid at all. He sighed. "It's a pity that I couldn't drag 1 or 2 down with me. Is this arrow terrifying?" Qin Xiang asked. "If you are hit by this arrow, you will most likely die. Furthermore, it would be extremely painful before death. The 9 Deaths Spider Silk will wrap around the internal organs and bones and will gradually spread to the muscles. In the end, it will slowly tighten from the inside. The spider silk will also have very small barbs." Uncle Lee said with a sad face, "This thing is very vicious. Even if I successfully pull out the arrow and am lucky enough to survive, I will be crippled. I am finished." Black Flame suddenly became very calm. "I have a way to pull out the arrow, and it won't cause this big brother to be crippled. He just needs to endure a bit of pain." Qin Xiang immediately had a solution. "Young Master Shin, as long as you save Black Flame, I, Qin Xiang, will owe you a life." Starfire Marquis immediately grabbed onto Qin Xiang's shoulder, looking very excited. "You're welcome. It's fate that we met. I will do my best." Qin Xiang laughed. Black Flame did not know where this young man came from, but he understood Uncle Lee and Starfire Marquis. Seeing that they were very respectful to this young man, he knew that this young man was definitely not ordinary. "Old Black, you have to have confidence in young Master Shin. He can definitely do it. The injury on my arm, he was the one who cured it." Uncle Lee laughed. "What injury?" Starfire Marquis frowned and asked, "It's that person. I met him and my arm was injured." Uncle Lee said, "It was young Master Shen who helped me heal it. Otherwise, only he can heal that kind of injury. Starfire sect leader, right? Only he can cure it. It must be his vicious Starfire blood curse palm." Starfire Marquis coldly snorted, but his heart was secretly excited. If Shen Xiang can resolve the injury of Starfire blood curse palm, then maybe he can also smoothly pull out the 9-death spider silk arrow. Starfire blood curse palm? It doesn't look like much. Shen Xiang came to the bedside and said with a smile, "Old Black, I am going to pull out the arrow. It will be a bit painful later, bear with it." "Come on." Black Flame laughed and said, "Young Master Shen, although I don't know where you come from, but since the Patriarch and Uncle Lee believe in you, then you must be very capable." Chapter 3852. Shen Xiang understands why there will be an empire and can also suppress those sections. It turned out that they controlled the channel of pills. No wonder they wanted to secretly deal with 100 Flowers Realm. Once 100 Flowers Realm's pills were supplied and sold openly, the major families or sects would develop and join forces to fight against the empire. Then these empires would quickly collapse. Our Yi family's development has been limited for many years. The main reason is that Great Yen Pill Hall has reduced the supply of spirit pills to our Yi family, and they often default. The worst thing is that they increase the price by several times. Even if we provide the crystals, they will delay for a while. I had no choice but to go to 100 Flowers Realm. There's a traitor in our Yi family. They reported this matter to the Empire, so they kept targeting us. Marquis Starflame clenched his fists tightly. In fact, Marquis Starflame had no choice. Without a continuous supply of spirit pills, the Yi family would soon fall behind and gradually decline. In the end, they would end up miserable. Once they were not strong enough, they would be accused of a crime. Then their family would be confiscated, or they could only escape from the Great Yen Empire. Great Yen Pill Hall sold the goods to another faction, so they couldn't supply it, Shen Xiang said. In other words, your Yi family is not valued by the Empire. If we go to 100 Flowers Realm to buy pills, we'll be considered disloyal. If we don't, we'll be finished. Black Flame cursed in a low voice. However, even if we go to 100 Flowers Realm, we can't buy it. Someone raised the price and snatched it. Uncle Lee said, 100 Flowers Realm has to follow the Great Yen Empire's rules when doing business in the Great Yen Empire. The highest bidder wins. This is also the Great Yen Empire's way of controlling the spirit pills. If the spirit pills were circulating on the market, as long as the Great Yen Empire bought all of them and sold them at a higher price, they would make a huge profit. Moreover, if they wanted to weaken any faction, they would not sell them. In this way, the Great Yen Empire would not be overthrown. Moreover, they would use the spirit pills to provoke the major factions to fight each other. This would make the empire more stable. For example, this time they were trying to sow discord between the Yi family and the Starflame sect. Although Marquis Starflame had the name Starflame, the Starflame sect was not under his control. The Starflame sect's leader and Marquis Starflame were now sworn enemies. The pills that were originally supplied to our Yi family have been taken away by the Starflame sect. Great Yen Pill Hall gave them priority. Marquis Starflame said, "During this period of time, I forbade the disciples of the Yi clan from going to the Starflame sect, as I was afraid they would be controlled." "What about the city lord?" Shen Xiang asked. "I heard that the city lord's daughter, Baisu, is engaged to Yi Wuqing. The city lord represents the empire's power, and his main role is to maintain balance. The empire also doesn't want our Yi family to be crushed by the Starfire sect. So the city lord proposed to let his daughter get engaged to Wuqing. This way, the Starfire sect can restrain themselves a little," the Starfire Marquis said, "but this is just on the surface. There is no fixed date for the wedding. If I concoct pills myself, it will definitely not be enough for your Yi family to eat. We can talk to 100 Flowers World. Xinxiang said, Our Yi family is just a small fry in the eyes of 100 Blossom Realm. They won't waste time with us. In their eyes, there are only spar. They need a large number of spar to buy resources from the world-defying stage and transport them back to the 100 Flowers World. The Star Flame, Duke, shook his head. 100 Flowers World was very small and lacked resources, so they would do business in other worlds to earn spar stones to buy resources. Don't worry, they'll come find me soon. Xinxiang laughed. Do you still remember the two big sisters from before? They were both poisoned, and if they can't cure it, they'll have to find me when the time comes. The Star Flame Duke's eyes lit up. If that was really the case, then they would definitely be able to negotiate. Young Master Xin, you have helped our Yi family so many times. Don't tell me you don't want anything in return. Why is that? Uncle Li was very curious and asked directly. It's to see injustice on the road and help. Besides, I need a lot of medicinal ingredients to refine my own pills. When the time comes, I'll have to ask everyone for help. Xinxiang laughed. / it was too troublesome to find medicinal ingredients by himself. If he had the help of a powerful force, it would be much easier. That's definitely not a problem. Whatever medicinal ingredients young Master Xin wants, we will do our best to find them. The Star Flame Duke also readily agreed. Xinxiang thought for a while, then said, Senior Yi, I have an immature suggestion. Perhaps it will be of help to your Yi family and can help you get out of this situation. Speak. The Star Flame Duke hurriedly said. Uncle Li and Black Flame were also very curious. You can get rid of the shackles of the aristocratic families, establish a sect, and then recruit disciples. Without new blood, an aristocratic family is destined to decline. Xinxiang said, I've also thought about it. It's possible, but the sect we build can only become a backwater in the end. The Star Flame Duke sighed. What if you have my help? Xinxiang laughed. I can help you from behind the scenes. I can teach you how to cultivate your consciousness in advance. The Star Flame Duke, Uncle Li and Black Flame almost jumped up. Chapter 3853. The people from 100 Flowers World might be very strong this time. They must have realized how powerful that demonic poison is. Xinxiang warned, although there won't be any conflict, it's still better to be careful. Marquis Xingyan nodded and said, Young Master Xin, how about you talk to them later? That's fine too, but this matter has to be kept a secret. It's best if they can enter this forbidden area. Xinxiang said. No problem. Marquis Xingyan instructed Uncle Li. Uncle Li, go make the arrangements and invite them in. Uncle Li immediately went to do it. The people from 100 Flowers World were all sitting in a carriage and did not come down. Not many people knew that 100 Flowers World had arrived. 100 Flowers World was also very clear that as long as they came into contact with them, they would vent their anger on the great Yan Empire. This was especially true for a noble like Marquis Xingyan. Once he came into contact with 100 Flowers World, he would most likely be thought to be plotting a rebellion. Senior, you need to clean up the house. At a time like this, you have to be decisive, Xinxiang said. I understand. Marquis Xingyan had said before that there was a traitor in the Yi residence. Yi Chang, who was Marquis Xingyan's cousin and one of the elders of the Yi family, had participated in the plan to deal with Yi Huahua. Because he was his cousin, an elder of the family, and also a disciple of the Starfire sect, Marquis Xingyan had great reservations about making a move. Actually, it's not just our Yi family. Many cultivation families have such people. They will help the Empire monitor us and prevent us from plotting anything against the Empire, Marquis Xingyan said. Does the Lin family have them too? Xinxiang frowned. Yes. Every cultivation clan had its share of secret struggles. It's just that we can't see it. Our Yi family has them too, but because I'm stronger, the struggle isn't intense. It's just that Yi Chang uses external forces to trick me from time to time, Marquis Xingyan said. The large courtyard in the forbidden area was heavily guarded. When necessary, a barrier could be activated. However, it was not absolutely safe now because Shen Xiang and Amo Ling could enter. The door to the forbidden area of the Yi residence opened, and a large carriage slowly drove in. Although it was called a carriage, the ones pulling the carriage were two golden lions. One look and one could tell that this carriage was not simple. The person inside must be very strong. After the carriage entered, it stopped directly at the entrance of the living room. The gate of the forbidden zone was closed, and a barrier was set up. Starflame Marquis, why did you open the barrier? A very beautiful voice came out of the carriage. Although the voice was slightly cold and powerful, it was still very pleasant to hear. Moreover, this voice was very familiar to Shen Xiang. Shen Xiang was suddenly extremely excited because he had finally come into contact with a woman he was familiar with in the Hundreds of Flowers Palace. And it was even his woman. The person who came was Yen Xylin, because there's a traitor in the Yi residence. I don't want the traitor to know about our meeting today. Please understand. Duxing Yen said. So that's how it is, I can understand. Yen Xilin's voice suddenly became much gentler. The car door opened, and a woman in a purple dress slowly walked out. Yen Xylin was noble and dignified. Her every move was elegant, bringing with it an exceptionally enchanting beauty. Her jade-like face carried a faint smile, charming and sweet. Uncle Li and Marquis Xingyan were also people who had seen countless women. What kind of beauty was that in their eyes? However, this Yen Xylin in front of them made them feel as if it was their first time seeing a woman. The feeling Yen Xylin gave people was that of a mature imperial sister and a married woman. At the same time, there was a refined temperament, as if she was a fairy from the ninth heaven. She had the title of Xylin Immortal Fairy in the past, and her body had a natural immortal aura, which was the most moving thing. Chapter 3854. Yen Xylin looked around, then walked towards a very spacious area and released an exquisite white jade hut from the storage magic treasure. Seeing this kind of thing, Uncle Li and Duxing Yen were secretly envious, because this kind of hut was very expensive. Not only was its defense strong, it could also gather divine energy, and it was very quiet inside. After Yen Xylin opened the door and entered, he said to Shen Xiang, "Come in." Shen Xiang also followed in, while the two middle-aged women watched with worried expressions, because they knew that Shen Xiang was very strange, and were afraid that their elders would be tricked. After entering the small house, Yen Xylin even took out a plate of fruits and poured a large cup of fragrant flower tea. After Shen Xiang sat down, he had a lot of things to say in his heart, but he knew that there were a lot of things that he couldn't say. For example, "I'm your man." "Elder sister, what's your name?" Shen Xiang asked. "Yen Xylin." Yen Zi also sat down gracefully. Her pair of beautiful eyes that were as gentle as water gradually revealed a charming look. She wanted to try and see just how strong this mysterious youth's willpower was. Shen Xiang was very clear that this elegant and refined Xylin Immortal Fairy, who had a celestial temperament, had a charming side that could captivate one's soul. "Sister Zilan, how old are you this year?" Shen Xiang asked again. "Don't randomly ask about a woman's age. It's very rude." Yen Xylin laughed tenderly. "Little brother, didn't you say that you wanted to negotiate with me?" "My condition is that I hope to chat with Sister Zilan." "Is this condition too much?" Shen Xiang asked. "Not at all. This is too simple." Yen Xylin was actually very surprised. She was now even more curious about this handsome young man. "Sister Zilan, is your consciousness strong?" Shen Xiang asked. "It was originally very strong, but now it's not. It's become very weak." Yen Xylin shook his head and sighed. Why? Shen Xiang had already guessed that the strength of the people from world-defying stage era might have decreased greatly. The source of our power comes from the heaven and earth, and when the heaven and earth need it, we have to return it. Yen Xylan said faintly, "Actually, this is nothing. After all, we can use this power to live for a long time, so let's return it." Was it forcefully taken back by the heavens and earth, or were you willing to return it? Xinxiang asked. Of course, we didn't want to, but we had no choice. Otherwise, the entire world would be destroyed. Our cultivation is only to borrow the power of the heavens and earth. The heavens and earth are also in urgent need of it, which is why they want it back. Yen Xylan said, "Do I have to pay it back every once in a while?" Xinxiang now somewhat understood why there were no strong people in the world defying stage for the past 100,000 years. Perhaps there would be, but it would definitely be hidden. Perhaps it would not be in the world defying stage, but somewhere else in the world defying stage universe. Yes, if we don't lend it to you, the world will be destroyed and we will die as well. Yen Xylan laughed. Little brother, don't tell me you don't know about these things. Logically speaking, you should have a very strong master. That old man must know. Why would heaven and earth be destroyed? Xinxiang asked. I don't know either. Yen Xylan shook his head. Xinxiang secretly guessed that it was possible that the world-defying stage universe, or even the 10 great worlds, needed power. Therefore, every once in a while, they would have to extract power from the creatures of heaven and earth. This power might be used to seal something to prevent the destruction of heaven and earth. Of course, this was only his guess. Sister Xylan, do you feel that I'm very familiar? Xinxiang stared at Yen Xylan's mature and beautiful face, and looked straight at her enchanting and beautiful eyes. Yen Xylan nodded lightly. Yes, you give me a very familiar feeling, but I am sure of it. Yes, I have never seen you before. Xinxiang was secretly happy. If she really had such a feeling, it meant that she had not completely forgotten about him. Wang Cam Tin had the same feeling when he saw Xinxiang before. Xinxiang had even planned to follow Wang Cam Tin for a period of time, and then find an opportunity to secretly investigate the depths of Wang Cam Tin's soul to see if a portion of his memories were sealed. Chapter 38:55. Xinxiang only wanted to see Xiao Xianglin now, because he was with Xiao Xianglin in the end. Xiao Xianglin was very strong at that time, and could be considered an outstanding female ranker in all aspects. Although she was his master, the two of them had a very deep relationship. When Xinxiang and Xiao Xianglin parted ways, he could feel Xiao Xianglin's heart-wrenching pain. Also, the 6 realms mirrors should have been at Xiao Xianglin's place back then. Only by meeting Xiao Xianglin would he be able to understand more things. Little brother, you can't joke around. If you tell everyone that elder sister Xianglin is your master, you'll get into a lot of trouble. It's fine to make a joke in front of me, I won't mind. Yen Xylan warned Xinxiang. Many people knew of Xiao Xianglin's great name. After all, she was a heavenly emperor of the 100 Flowers world, and her name shook the 10 great worlds. There were rumors that she had fought with many great emperors before and had never lost. This kind of powerful woman had a lot of licking dogs, although those licking dogs might not have seen Xiao Xianglin before. Many of the human kings who looked down on the world or the other heavenly emperors were admirers of Xiao Xianglin. Of course, there were many female rankers in the 100 Flowers world. Those human kings or heavenly emperors who said that they admired the female rankers of the 100 Flowers world were actually just greedy for their bodies. Sister Xylan, I will definitely help the 2 big sisters outside cure the poison. Xinxiang said, I have a presumptuous request. I hope that Sister Xylan can help me arrange it. I want to meet Xiao Xianglin. Yen Xylan frowned. She could see that Xinxiang was very serious. If it was anyone else, she would definitely reject such an impossible request. After all, many people wanted to see Xiao Xianglin, mainly because they wanted to see the peerless beauty of the female emperor. However, When Yan Xilin looked into Xin Xiang's eyes, he felt that there was a magical power controlling her mind. She knew that she should have decisively rejected him, but for some reason, she wanted to help the young man in front of her. For a moment, she didn't know what to do, because there seemed to be a mysterious voice in the depths of her heart, shouting that she could not refuse. But according to common sense, she could not agree to it. Xin Xiang once again used the special ability of his spiritual sense to see if the other party was trustworthy. With just one look, he knew that Yan Xilin was trustworthy. Although she did not recognize him now, this Xilin immortal fairy was still his woman after all. In the depths of her soul, it was impossible for her to betray her man. This was also because their feelings for each other were too deep. Therefore, in her subconscious, she had a very good impression of Xin Xiang. Sister Xilin, do you know this thing? Xin Xiang took out the 6 realms mirrors. When Yan Xilin saw the 6 realms mirrors, he was immediately moved, shocked, and terrified. The 6 realms mirrors was a world-defying ancestral artifact, but it was also a peerless weapon. How did this end up in your hands? Furthermore, it's so gentle. Yan Xilin was extremely shocked. I can only tell this secret to Xiao Xianglin. This is why I want to see Xiao Xianglin. Can you arrange for me to meet her? Xin Xiang asked seriously. Yes. Yan Xilin originally did not want to reject Xin Xiang, but now that she saw that the 6 realms mirrors was in Xin Xiang's hands, she decisively agreed. My 100 Flowers world still has a few elders who are in the world-defying stage. Lu Meng'er, Su Meiyao, Hua Xiangyue, Bai Yuyu, they are all important elders of the 100 Flowers world. Yan Xilin said what she meant was to contact them first and have them come over to take a look at the 6 realms mirrors. We can't tell them about this. It would be dangerous for them. You should also be clear about how terrifying the 6 realms mirrors is. It's best if you don't implicate them. Shen Xiang said. However, I have other important matters to discuss with them. I hope that Sister Xilin can arrange it. Yan Xilin was puzzled. This young man it was truly miraculous to want to see the most beautiful and strongest women of their 100 Flowers world the moment they came up. Can you tell me why you want to meet them? Of course, Yan Xilin had to understand. I'm an alchemist, Xin Xiang said. Only Sister Meiyao and Sister Xiangyue are alchemists, Yan Xilin said. Elder Sister Meng, and Elder Sister Yu, they are not. I want to talk to Elder Sister Meng, about the Sazaka silk. I know a little about it. Xin Xiang said again. One of the 4 symbols divine weapons the Suzaku silk, had been with Lu Meng'er since the very beginning. It was also because of this that many things had happened between Xin Xiang and Lu Meng. Who the hell are you? How do you know so much? Yan Xilin re-examined Xin Xiang. The more she looked at him, the more captivated she became. Chapter 38:56. Little Scoundrel. Yan Xilin chuckled, then walked out. Seeing Yan Xilin and Xin Xiang come out, the 2 middle-aged women felt much more at ease. After that, they began to detoxify the poison. Xin Xiang also guided them from the side, and then Yan Xilin helped them. Shan Xiang did not reveal his consciousness this time, because the 2 middle-aged women did not sense it. Yan Xilin could sense a little, but she did not find it strange, because Shen Xiang even had 6 realms mirrors and even suppressed the fiendish aura of the 6 realms mirrors so he definitely had some ability. She also wanted to understand Xin Xiang's origins, so she had to tell Xiao Xianglin about this. The detoxification was completed very quickly, and the 2 middle-aged women's conditions suddenly improved a lot. They couldn't help but admire this young man for having such a brilliant detoxification technique. After that was the matter of cooperation. Yan Xilin readily agreed, and assured the Starflame Duke that their 100 Flowers heaven and earth would guarantee a sufficient supply of spirit pellets, as long as they prepared enough spars. When Yan Xilin left, She even turned around to look at Xinxiang. She always had the urge to pinch that little handsome face, but there were too many people, so she was too embarrassed to make a move. After getting on the carriage, Yen Xilin took out a disc from his storage magic treasure. This was a sound transmission array disc, which could be transmitted directly back to the 100 Flowers world from here. This kind of sound transmission array disc could cross a very long distance, so it consumed a lot of energy, but Yen Xilin only wanted Xiao Xianglin to come over quickly. She was also worried that Shan Xiang, this little handsome guy, would not be able to suppress the Six Realms Mirror's S and would lose his life because of it. She closed her eyes. When she thought about how Xin Xiang would be killed by the Six Realms Mirror's S, her heart ached faintly, and it was even more painful than her headache. What's wrong with me? How could I possibly be moved by a young man? Yen Xilin, oh Yen Xilin, you are an old woman. You can't be greedy for his body. You can't be cheap. Yen Xilin scolded herself in her heart. She sent a message to Xiao Xianglin about her encounter with Xin Xiang. Not long after, Xiao Xianglin's voice was heard. Zilan, I will go there as fast as I can. Xiao Xianglin's voice seemed to be a little excited. Sister Xianglin, what's going on? Where did that little guy come from? Yen Xilin quickly asked. He is very important. Xiao Xianglin said. Ah, he joked that you are his master, is that true? Yen Xilin did not believe Xin Xiang before. It's true, Xiao Xianglin said. Actually, she still wanted to say that Shen Xiang was her, Yen Xilin's man, but she didn't say it out loud. Yen Xilin was completely shocked. Elder sister Xianglin, did he cultivate some kind of sorcery? She's seducing me. It's like I'm possessed. I don't know why, but I keep thinking about her. Yen Xilin pouted softly. Sister Xianglin, you have to teach him a good lesson, and tell him not to use that kind of evil technique again. Xiao Xianglin chuckled and said, It's clearly your own problem, but you have to keep your distance from him. By the way, when I touch his face, I get a headache. Did you put some kind of curse on him? To prevent him from being taken advantage of? Yen Xilin asked again. Zilan, you're so careless with a young man like him, and you even said that he used evil techniques on you. You're so bad. Xiao Xianglin laughed. Humph, I'm ignoring you. Yen Xilin blushed. The two middle-aged women were driving the carriage outside, and the sound inside the carriage was isolated, so they did not know about the conversation between Yen Xilin and Xiao Xianglin. He wants to see Elder Sister Meng, and the others. Is that okay? Yen Xilin asked. We can't let him see it for the time being. We'll talk about it when I go find him. You have to be careful. Don't get too close to him, do you understand? Xiao Xianglin warned again. Got it, Yen Xilin said. Manage the 100 Flowers Pavilion's business well. We need to earn more spar. Xiao Xianglin said. If you want to find someone to discuss business with Shen Xiang, just send someone else. It's best if you send an old mama. I know. Young girls can't resist him at all. This little guy is too evil, Yen Xilin muttered. Chapter 38:57. Xin Xiang was previously very worried that Xiao Xianglin would not come, but after hearing this news, he felt a lot more at ease. All he needed to do now was to wait patiently, and Xiao Xianglin should be coming to find him very soon. Lin Yao worshipped Xiao Xianglin a lot. Not only her, all the women of the Pride world worshipped Xiao Xianglin, the female emperor. This was because in the entire Pride world, there were no female emperors and there weren't even many female kings. In the Pride world, most of the women would become cultivation furnaces, and those with some ability would head to the 100 Flowers world. Shen Xiang had met Yen Xilin before, so he was sure that Yen Xilin's strength was above the Starflame Dukes and was at least at the human king level. And in the 100 Flowers world, there were definitely a lot of women who were on par with Yen Xilin. Shen Xiang guessed that in the 100 Flowers world, there were definitely a lot of women who could reach the Emperor realm, and it was definitely not just Xiao, Xianglin, and a few other women. The 100 Flowers world would definitely not publicly announce how many human kings they had. For example, Yen Xilin was an elder. She was a very mysterious existence, and the Starflame Duke had never heard of her. However, people like Lu Meng'er, Hua Xiangyue, and Su Meiyao were more famous. This was mainly because they could refine pills and forge artifacts, so they needed to build up their reputation and attract more people to buy them. Elder Brother Shin, the 100 Flowers world will come to select people every year. If you pass their test, you will be able to enter the 100 Flowers world. It is said that in the 100 Flowers world, the distribution of resources is very fair and there is no discrimination. Early in the morning, Lin Yuya had already prepared a lot of delicious breakfast for Xin Xiang. Elder sister Xiaoya, you are so outstanding. You will definitely pass. Xin Xiang laughed. It's a pity that the 100 Flowers world doesn't want men. Otherwise, I would really want to bring you along. Lin Yuya laughed. Why don't you dress up as a man? Also, try to participate in the examination. If you dress up, you will definitely be very beautiful. Yen Xilin had also joked with Shen Xiang like this before. I won't do it. Shen Xiang could be considered to be convinced by them, always wanting to teach him to be a cross-dresser. The snacks that Lin Yuya made were quite delicious. Before Shen Xiang could eat enough, Lin Ruhu ran in. Not good, not good. Xiaoya, Brother Shen, run. I don't know what happened, but Yi family's Yi Xing Yin came to find trouble with you. He said that you have offended the Yi family and that you are all finished. Lin Ruhu panicked. News of what had happened at the banquet had also spread. A few other members of the Lin family who had attended the banquet had told their elders about what had happened this morning. That young man from the Lin clan believed that Shen Xiang and Lin Yuya had completely enraged Yi Xingyin. Even if Yi Xingyin didn't deal with Lin Yuya, he would deal with the Lin family. It was true that Yi Xingyin was a good-for-nothing, but his father still had some ability. As a father, he would more or less help his son. Not to mention that his son was humiliated, it would also affect his own face. If not for the fact that Yi Xingyin had a pretty good father, a good-for-nothing like him would have been finished long ago. Brother Shen, go hide. I'll be fine. Hua Hua will help me. You, on the other hand. Lin Yuya suddenly remembered that Shen Xiang had saved Yi Hua Hua's life. She was relieved. It was also because of Lin Ruhu's current reaction that Lin Yuya was very worried about Shen Xiang, but she thought about it carefully. Shen Xiang was able to make the Wu family return 10 million. There must be some kind of power behind him. Look at you, you are so scared. Lin Yuya rolled her eyes at Lin Ruhu and said, Let's go, we will go out and meet the Yi Shangyin. This guy is nothing to be afraid of. You didn't see his cowardly appearance at the banquet last night. But our Lin family's elders are very angry now. They have to treat Yi Shengyun politely. If you go, you will definitely be scolded by those elders. Lin Ruhu said, especially Uncle. He is now in charge of all the big and small matters of the Lin family. The Lin family's patriarch Lin Qinxiong, who is also Gao Yi's grandfather, has been training Gao Yi outside and has not returned. Lin Qinxiong is not here. His eldest son Lin Yongfan is acting as the patriarch. This Lin Yongfan has a very high status in the Lin family. It is because of him that Lin Yuya's family of 4 has been suppressed. It is all because of Lin Yongfan's dirty tricks that Lin Yuya's parents have a very difficult life in the Lin family. If it were not for Lin Qinxiong's repeated actions, Lin Yuya's parents would have been kicked out of the family long ago. Lin Yuya has received some care in the Lin family because Lin Qinxiong is fair. Otherwise, their family of 4 would not be able to survive. Grandfather is not here. If Uncle gets angry this time, our family will definitely not be able to withstand it. Maybe when Grandfather comes back, we will have already been kicked out. Lin Ruhu said, It's not a big deal to be kicked out. I'm just afraid that they will attack us. Lin Yuya frowned. Father and mother went out last night. How can they not be here at this critical moment? Lin Ruhu became even more anxious. Father and mother are going to earn crystal stones. Lin Yuya sighed again. Let's go. There is nothing to be afraid of. Shen Xiang said calmly. You have to believe me. Chapter 38:58. Yi Shangyun calmly drank his tea. Right now, he was in a state of watching a show. You have no respect for your elders. Lin Yongfan stood up and walked towards Lin Yuya with his hands behind his back. His fierce face was filled with anger. Aren't you going to bow when you see so many elders? A young man said. He was Lin Yongfan's son, Lin Jilong. Lin Jilong was tall and thin with a long face. He was also quite handsome, but compared to Xinxiang, he was still far inferior. Lin Ruhu was very cowardly right now. He just stood at the side in a daze. He really didn't have the courage of his sister. Grandfather has said many times that our Lin family doesn't have that many rules. Besides, respect is mutual. After what you have done to our family for so many years, why should I respect you? Lin Yuya sneered. Lin Yongfan and Lin Jilong naturally knew that the Lin family did not have many such rules. However, they often used this method to force the other young disciples to respect them. It was a small trick to show off their power. Although Lin Yongfan was very angry, he really couldn't do anything to Lin Yuya. This was because Lin Yuya's cultivation was not bad among the young disciples of the Lin family, but among the many cultivation families, it was considered very good. Especially now, the patriarch of the Lin family had started to value Lin Yuya and was providing more and more resources. In the future, if Lin Yuya's cultivation increased and she married into a large family or something, they would definitely not have a good time. Lin Yuya was now completely throwing caution to the wind. This was because she was currently at the 4th level of the Tao realm, but her blood energy was at the 13th level. With her talent, no matter where she went, she would be very popular. It wouldn't be too difficult for her to pass the 100 Flowers Worlds examination. As for her parents, she had nothing to worry about. Her parents were both quite strong and were very good people. Even if they left the Lin family, they could still support her and Lin Ruhu. During this period of time, Lin Yuya's mentality had changed a lot when she was with Xinxiang. She had become more confident and no longer cowered in fear. In the past, she was very afraid of Yi Xingyun. Although she hated him, she had no choice but to pretend to be polite every time she saw him. Now, she stood here and dared to glare at Yi Xingyun. Lin Yuya, young Master Yi, is here today to propose marriage to you. I have already agreed to this marriage on behalf of the Lin family. You will be married to young Master Yi as his concubine. Lin Yongfan said, Your grandfather will definitely agree. After all, he is the young master of the Yi family. You are climbing up the social ladder. What? Lin Yuya screamed. Even my parents can't decide for me. What right do you have? What right do you have? Because I am the successor of the Lin family. I am just thinking about the big picture. If you marry young Master Yi as a concubine, it will bring great benefits to our Lin family. Our Lin family has raised you for so long. You should repay us. Lin Yongfan sneered. Bah! My parents worked so hard outside just to earn resources for me. The resources that were supposed to be given to our family of 4 were snatched away by an old B** star like you. How dare you ask me to repay the Lin family? Lin Yuya was furious. You dare to scold my father? How dare you insult your elders? You're asking for a beating. Lin Jilong immediately jumped out and punched Lin Yuya. Lin Jilong was 35 years old and had just stepped into the 5th level of the Tao person realm. He was considered the strongest person in the younger generation of the Lin clan. Xinxiang immediately sent a sound transmission to Lin Yuya. Quickly dodge and counterattack! His voice directly appeared in Lin Yuya's mind. At the same time, Lin Yuya was shocked. She dodged Lin Jilong's fist. Actually, Lin Yongfan and Yi Xingyun both knew that Lin Yue would not agree to the marriage. What they wanted to do was to anger Lin Yue so that they could find a reason to beat Lin Yue up. This way, even if the patriarch blamed them, they would have a reason to muddle through. Of course, Lin Yongfan could not directly attack the younger generation, but Lin Jilung was the most suitable. However, his punch missed, causing everyone to be shocked. Lin Jilung jumped out very quickly, and he was already prepared, but he still did not hit Lin Yue. Shen Xiang secretly sent a sound transmission, instructing Lin Yue to counterattack. When Lin Yue heard Shen Xiang's voice, she was also very shocked. She did not know how Shen Xiang did it, but she immediately followed Shen Xiang's instructions. After dodging Lin Jilung's punch, she circled to Lin Jilung's right side. Her footsteps were extremely clumsy, mainly because she did not have a good cultivation technique. Lin Jilung's footwork was much better. When he knew that Lin Yue had come to his right side, he immediately dodged. At the same time, he rushed over and punched out. This time, Lin Yue did not dodge. Instead, she punched out and dodged Lin Jilung's fist. The people present and Lin Jilung did not expect that Lin Yue would not dodge and instead counterattack. Chapter 38:59. On the surface, Yi Shengyin looked awe-inspiring, but in his heart he was a little scared because he was truly a little afraid of Lin Yue. Lin Yue's gaze scared him. He had never seen someone who hated him so much, as if they wanted to dig out his heart and crush it. Furthermore, he had just seen Lin Yue defeat Lin Jilung, who was at the 5th level of the Dao Being realm, with a single punch. Thinking back, the fear in his heart grew even stronger, and he knew that Lin Yue was very good at fighting. Lin Yue had been soaking in the medicinal bath for many years, so she was really not afraid of pain. If she really fought with her life on the line, a pampered young master like Yi Shengyin might really be beaten up by her. Therefore, Yi Shengyin very cleverly provoked Shen Xiang. Because Shen Xiang looked like a youth, it would be very unfair for the two of them to fight, which was why Yi Shengyin said that he would not move and let Shen Xiang attack him with 3 moves. "Do you not dare?" Yi Shengyin sneered. "A bear like you still wants to be a flower protector." "Yi Shengyin, are you afraid of me?" Lin Yue said angrily. "Just come at me. Today is a contest between you and me. I, Yi Shengyin, have never fought with a woman. I don't want to bully a woman." Yi Shengyin had a righteous look on his face. "3 moves? I accept your challenge." Shen Xiang said. It did not seem too difficult to win if he could touch Shen Xiang's head in 3 moves. But Yi Shengyin was extremely confident. If Shen Xiang attacked, he was completely confident that he would beat Shen Xiang to the point of eating dog shit. Everyone present also believed that it was impossible for this young man to touch Yi Shengyun's head within 3 moves. Yi Shengyin was at the 5th level of the Dao Being realm. No matter how powerful the young man was, he would at most be at the 3rd level of the Dao Being realm. The people present did not know much about Shen Xiang and did not know what his cultivation level was. They only guessed that he was at the 2nd level of the Dao Being realm. It was very common for a 15 or 16-year-old youth to be at the 2nd level of the Dao Being realm. "Sister Xiaoye, don't worry." Shen Xiang smiled at Lin Yue. In the past few days, there had been all kinds of rumors in the Lin family that Lin Yue had found a very handsome boy toy. Everyone wanted to see what else this young man had that attracted Lin Yue other than his good looks. After all, Lin Yue's current aptitude was considered pretty good. "Come on." Yi Shengyin took a few steps back. "Master Yi, once this person loses, I will definitely throw him out of the Lin mansion." Lin Yongfan said in a low voice. "Then you can do whatever you want with him." Yi Shengyin nodded, then circulated all the blood and qi in his body and stood firmly on the spot. "Come here quickly," Yi Shengyin said to Shen Xiang in a low voice. Shen Xiang walked out of the door and stood outside the hall. Everyone could see that he was going to sprint from a distance. This way he could increase his speed. Everyone laughed in a low voice because it was completely meaningless. The difference in strength was not something that could be made up for by the power of a sprint. Lin Yia was not too worried because she knew that Xinxiang definitely had a certain level of strength. After all, he had a very mysterious and powerful master behind him. Xinxiang began to sprint. At the beginning it was a little slow, but what was surprising was that it suddenly became very fast. When he was a few meters away from Yi Shengyin, he suddenly jumped with great force and became even faster. Yi Shengyin really did not expect that this young man would run over so quickly. Furthermore, he had jumped over in advance. The speed at which he jumped over looked very reckless, but his speed was very fast. Bang! Xinxiang punched Yi Shengyun's nose with great force. He did not use blood because his body was originally very strong. With just the strength of his body, this punch smashed Yi Shengyun's nose bone, causing Yi Shengyin to scream miserably again and again. It was no different from Lin Jilung just now. Chapter 3860. Lin Ruhu panicked. He felt that he was done for this time because Yi Shengyun's father was indeed very strong and had a high status in the Yi family. There were rumors that he was being groomed to be the next patriarch of the Yi family. Xinxiang was very calm. The Star Flame Duke had said that he would send someone to the Lin family to discuss the alliance. Although Yi Wei had a useless son, he was outstanding and was valued by the Star Flame Duke. This meant that he knew a lot of things now. Yi Wei was a middle-aged man, but the vigor on his body was stronger than many of the young people present. He was very similar to the Star Flame Duke. It could be said that he was the Star Flame Duke's middle-aged appearance. Seeing Yi Wei, the elders of the Lin family trembled because Yi Wei gave them a lot of pressure. "Father, I was hit." Yi Shengyin covered his nose and said, "Who hit you?" Yi Wei's voice was very cold. He looked at his son without any emotion in his eyes. "That guy is called Xinxiang. He's inside, with Floey protecting him. I don't dare to do anything to him." Yi Shengyin said again. At this time, Lin Yangfan said, "Young Master Yi, this matter was done by Xinxiang alone. It has nothing to do with the Lin family. Xinxiang and Lin Yia know each other, but Lin Yia is only an outer disciple of the Lin family. She is not a core member of the Lin family." "Yi Shengyin, why did Xinxiang hit you? Why did you come to the Lin family? Tell me everything. If you hide anything, I'll cut off your tongue." After Yi Wei finished speaking, he added, "What about the 10 million that the Wu family returned to you? You have to tell me everything." Yi Shengyun's heart skipped a beat. He knew that his father was serious, because this matter could be solved with a little investigation. If Yi Shengyun lied to his father, his tongue would be cut off. Yi Shengyun knew that his father was a man of his words. At this time, Yi Shengyun suddenly thought of something. He had just left a message with his father, but his father had come. This meant that his father had been on the way for a long time. In other words, Yi Wei was going to the Lin family. "Why? Were you the one who started this matter? You only need to answer yes or no," Yi Wei said coldly when he saw that Yi Shengyun was trembling so much that he couldn't speak. Yi Shengyun knew that he was in big trouble and had offended someone he shouldn't have. He suddenly thought of something. Yi Huahua had been seriously injured before, but she suddenly recovered. He recalled that Lin Yia had said that Xinxiang was an alchemist and knew how to concoct medicinal liquids. Therefore, Yi Shengyun was now secretly guessing that Xinxiang might have concocted the medicine to cure Yi Huahua. Thinking of this, Yi Shengyun felt like he had one foot in the coffin. "Yes or no?" Yi Wei asked again. The elders of the Lin family also felt that something was wrong. Yi Wei didn't come to help his son, but to teach his son a lesson. "Yes." Yi Shengyun gritted his teeth and replied. Bang! Yi Wei kicked Yi Shengyun into the living room. Yi Shengyun accurately landed in front of Xinxiang and the others. He lay on the ground and wailed like a dead dog. The elders and young people of the Lin family were stunned. At this time, They realized that Yi Wei was such an upright person. He wouldn't favor his son for everything. Lin family elders, you all enter the hall. The rest of the younger generation can disperse. Yi Wei finished speaking and walked into the hall. When he entered, he only nodded to Xin Xiang. Lin Yuya and Lin Ruhu were also very surprised. They didn't expect things to develop like this. Sister Xiaoya, brother Hu, wait for me outside, Xin Xiang said. Lin Yuya and Lin Ruhu could only go out. Lin Yuya was still a little worried, but when she saw that Yi Xingyin was like a dead dog, she felt a little relieved. Chapter 38:61. What happened in the Lin family did not spread out. The Lin family kept this matter very strictly confidential. If news of this spread out and other families found out that they had offended Yi Wei, they would definitely cut off all contact with them. This would be a huge loss to the Lin family. The Lin family juniors in the living room were all restricted to the Lin family villa and were not allowed to go out. Right now, the Lin family only hoped that the patriarch would return quickly to deal with this matter. Right now, they were constantly on tenterhooks, worried that the Yi family would crazily retaliate against their Lin family. One must know that if a large power like the Yi family retaliated against them, there would be no consequences at all, and their Lin family would not be able to withstand it. After arriving at the Yi residence, Lin Yi went to look for Yi Huahua, while Lin Ruhu was brought to stay by the butler. Shen Xiang directly went to the forbidden area to look for the Starflame Duke. Young Master Shin, we originally wanted to make a move on Yi Chang, but who knew that this guy was very vigilant and actually escaped? Uncle Li said, we have already cleaned up the entire Yi clan and secretly eliminated all of Yi Chang's men. Where did Yi Chang go? Are we just going to let him go like this? Shin Xiang asked. He had to capture Yi Chang because he could get more clues from Yi Chang and find out about the Empire faction hidden in the other families. The demon spirit that the Starflame Duke had captured had not been interrogated yet. This matter was also handed over to Black Flame to handle. When Black Flame completely recovered, they could begin. Yi Chang went to the Starflame sect. According to the news from the Black Flame gang, Yi Chang left the city with the Starflame sect early in the morning. I don't know where he went, Uncle Li said. Yi Wei, who was at the side, already knew that Xin Xiang was a great benefactor to both Uncle Li and Black Flame, so he was very respectful to Xin Xiang and listened quietly at the side. We have sent people to follow Yi Chang. As long as there is a chance, we will definitely make a move, the Starflame Duke said. Young Master Shin, what else do we need to pay attention to now? Any movements from the city, Lord's mansion? They are the direct descendants of the Empire. How is the marriage going? Shen Xiang asked. If they break off the marriage, it means that the Empire is going to make a move. What a coincidence! The city lord also left the city this morning. He took his daughter by Su with him. I don't know why. Marquis Xingyan said, we are sending people to investigate. Their sudden rush out of the city is indeed very strange. There must be something that requires them to gather outside the city. Xin Xiang could only guess. Black Flame blamed himself and said, it's all my fault. If it weren't for my current condition, I would definitely be able to investigate the situation clearly. The Black Flame gang under Black Flame was originally in charge of gathering information. However, he was not in a good state during this period of time. Furthermore, the entire Black Flame gang was being watched very closely, so they were more cautious in their actions. There were some operations that required Black Flame to do personally. For example, the matter that happened outside the city this time, he had to bring people to complete it. If he sent other people, they would definitely be killed. Not everyone could follow the Starfire City's city lord and the Starfire sect leader. Even if Black Flame took action, it would still be very dangerous for him to follow these two people. Once he was discovered, he would not be able to escape in time and would definitely be killed. The housekeeper of the Yi residence suddenly sent a message saying that an old lady had important news and needed to see the Yi family's patriarch, Starflame Marquis. It's from the 100 Flowers world. Invite her in immediately. The Starflame Marquis instructed Uncle Li. Uncle Li did not invite the old mama in. Instead, he took out 2 letters, one for the Starflame Marquis and the other for Xinxiang. The moment the letter from the Starflame Marquis was opened, the words on it could be seen. However, Xinxiang's letter was a piece of white paper. Xinxiang tried, but he needed a strong enough consciousness to focus on his eyes in order to see the contents of the letter. Xinxiang, I have come to the world-defying stage and have an urgent matter to attend to. Please wait patiently. I will come find you as soon as possible. Little disciple, I miss you very much. I love you very much. Kiss me. This was the letter that Xiao Xianglin gave to Xinxiang. When Xinxiang saw the letter, he was overjoyed because Xiao Xianglin still remembered him. Although he could not see Xiao Xianglin immediately, Xinxiang was very happy to know that she still remembered him. His previous guess was right. When Xiao Xianglin separated from him, he must have realized something, which was why he was able to protect his memories in time. In other words, it was very likely that he Feng Yuan, Jiang Xijing, and Jiang Ximei, who were with him at that time, had preserved their memories. The women of the hundreds of Flowers village, as well as his friends, did not have the time. Chapter 3862. Xinxiang sat on top of the 6 realms mirrors, thinking about Xiao Xianglin's matter. Xiao Xianglin's arrival at the world-defying stage had caused a huge sensation. Logically speaking, she should have come in a very low-key manner. How could she have been discovered? Could it be that every world has a passageway, and this passageway is guarded by someone, so when she came, she was immediately sensed? Xinxiang only hoped that this beautiful master of hers could quickly settle her matter. It was best if she did not cause any trouble. There were a few great emperors in the world-defying stage, and only a few of them could cause trouble for Xiao Xianglin. The 6 realms mirrors carried Xinxiang high up in the sky, allowing them to reach the Myriad Star mountain range even faster. Xinxiang really hoped to find the Green Dragon Demon Slayer as soon as possible. Otherwise, in the future, it would not be good to directly use the 6 realms mirrors to smash people. Maybe the Green Dragon Demon Slayer and the 6 realms mirrors are both damaged. It should still be usable, right? Although the 6 realms mirrors was damaged, it could still be used. Furthermore, it did not have much of an effect on Xinxiang's current strength. The flying speed of the 6 realms mirrors was not very fast, and this was also due to the influence of Xinxiang's cultivation. That was why Xinxiang arrived at the Myriad Star mountain range at night. Zhen Yuan. The range of the 6 realms mirrors' perception of the Green Dragon Demon Slayer was too large. After flying so far, the instructions given by the 6 realms mirrors were still within a large range. The Myriad Star mountain range was very strange. At night, looking down from the sky, this large mountain range was dotted with stars. Those were the rays of light emitted by the peaks of each mountain. The Myriad Star mountain range had countless large and small mountains. At night, these mountains would flicker from time to time. Looking down from the sky, they were extremely beautiful. Xinxiang immediately had a headache because the Myriad Star mountain range was too big. He simply did not know where the Green Dragon Demon Slayer was hiding. He descended, wanting to sense through the trees here, but it was impossible here. The trees in this mountain range were not like the divine forest that nurtured his body. Then let's wait until daytime. Xinxiang didn't have a direction now, so the best way was to wait for the next dragon roar. If the Green Dragon Demon Slayer made any movements, Xinxiang would be able to determine the direction immediately with his divine sense. At night, he rested on a big tree. That night, the entire Myriad Star mountain range was very quiet. There were no dragon roars. The Green Dragon Demon Slayer couldn't have been taken away by someone else, right? Impossible. Xinxiang believed that he was the only one who could take away the Green Dragon Demon Slayer. Otherwise, the blade wouldn't have summoned him. During the day, Xinxiang ran around aimlessly in the forest. He had no sense of direction, so he could only try his luck. If he was lucky enough to get close to the green dragon demon slayer, then he would be able to sense it. By noon, he had already run through dozens of mountains, but there was nothing to show for it. However, he discovered that there were people riding flying mounts into the Myriad Star mountain range one after another. They also landed on the ground after entering the Myriad Star mountain range, making them easy targets in the air. Shenxiang suddenly thought of a way, and that was to use the Azure Dragon Roar from the Azure Dragon Divine Exercise. After his improvements, the Azure Dragon Roar could be released through his blood chi. However, if he used it, it might attract a lot of people. If I use the Azure Dragon Roar to roar, the Green Dragon Demon Slayer might respond if it hears it. Shen Xiang decided to give it a try. If it attracted a lot of people, then he would immediately run away. He took out the 6 realms mirrors, sat on it, and flew into the air. Then he secretly controlled the 6 realms mirrors to absorb the divine chi of heaven and earth. He wanted to use the 6 realms mirrors to send out his voice, so that it could be even louder. After making his preparations, he began to circulate his blood chi. Chapter 38:63. When Huang Ling saw that Xin Xiang did not feel any fear, he was very unhappy in his heart. Then he deliberately said with a sinister expression, "Brat, do you want to wash yourself clean and wait for me to eat? Or do you want me to do it?" The dignified head disciple of the Starfire sect is actually an eating demon. Xin Xiang laughed. "Are you a disciple of the Starfire sect or not?" "Of course I am." Huang Ling even took out an identity token. Shan Xiang had only casually asked, and he did not know how to differentiate between the identity tokens. "You don't seem to be afraid at all. You brat, you sure have guts. No wonder you dare to wander around the Myriad Star mountain range alone." Huang Ling laughed coldly. "I have eaten quite a few people, but this is the first time I have met someone like you who is not afraid of anything. Your taste will definitely be very good." Of course Xin Xiang was not afraid, he only felt disgusted. He was not in a hurry to make a move because he wanted to understand the situation of the Myriad Star mountain range through Huang Ling, and the others had entered earlier, and he was also a disciple of the Starfire sect, so he definitely knew something. The elders of the Starfire sect had all come, and they had brought these young disciples here to gain experience. Shen Xiang suspected that Huang Ling often came into contact with evil spirits, so he was infected with the habits of the demon spirit, causing him to like eating human flesh. The Starfire Duke had said before that those large sects had already grasped the method to control the demon spirit and could control the demon spirit to do things for them. As the head disciple, Huang Ling must have come into contact with this kind of demon spirit before. Over time, he gradually lost his humanity. Maybe the demon spirit used some kind of evil technique to cause Huang Ling to become like this. Huang Ling took out a sharp blade from his storage bag. In his eyes, Xin Xiang was no different from a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. "When did you enter the Myriad Star mountain range?" Xin Xiang asked. "I came 3 days ago. I am the eldest senior brother, so I came in earlier than the others. Originally, I planned to take advantage of this opportunity to secretly eat a junior brother or sister. Of course, if I am discovered, I will be finished. So you can't blame me. You delivered yourself to me. Don't worry, although this process is very long, I guarantee that I will turn you into delicious meat. This is my respect for you." When Huang Ling said these words, his entire face was filled with evil. "He came in 3 days ago. Then did you hear the roar of a dragon?" Xin Xiang asked again. "Why should I tell you?" Huang Ling said angrily, "Damn sheep, you should be afraid. You should be screaming and running away. Why are you so calm?" Xin Xiang knew that some evil spirits hoped that their prey would resist. This would give them a greater sense of accomplishment when they enjoyed their prey. "Because I want to know." Shen Xiang said, "If you answer what I want to know honestly, I'll give you a quick death later. I won't let you die in pain." "Io, what are you talking about?" You want to give me a quick death? Don't tell me you think you can kill me? Huang Ling suddenly laughed out loud. He had not heard such a ridiculous thing in a long time. Just answer me, Shen Xiang said. I'm too lazy to force you to answer. If he wanted to deal with Huang Ling, he would need to use the 6 realms mirrors. If he could not use it, he would not want to use it, as he was afraid of dirtying the 6 realms mirrors. You must have been scared silly by me, right? Huang Ling was still laughing out loud. Poor guy, all right, since you're stupid, then I'll give you a quick death as well. After he finished speaking, he rushed forward and slashed at Shen Xiang's throat. Clang! Huang Ling's long blade was blocked by a black mirror that suddenly appeared. This mirror was like a shield in front of Shen Xiang. Huang Ling's blade was not bad. If it was pawned, it would be worth at least 3 million. As expected of a chief disciple, the equipment on his body was very expensive. Huang Ling was very clear about his own blade. With his strength, even if it was a defensive treasure of the same level, it would not be able to leave behind any traces. His saber had actually failed to leave a single mark on the mirror. Shen Xiang laughed, then controlled the 6 realms mirrors to produce a suction force, sucking the blade into the space inside the 6 realms mirrors. Chapter 38-64. Grandpa Shen, it's all my fault for being blind and looking down on you. Quick, save me. I can still be saved. Quickly help me stop the bleeding. Huang Ling cried. I was wrong. I will never eat people again. In order to survive, it was fine to admit defeat and act like a coward, especially for someone like Huang Ling. I want to confirm if what you said is true. After Shen Xiang finished speaking, he took out Huang Ling's blade and jumped down. Huang Ling's head had been cut off, but he was still not dead. Huang Ling was in complete despair. Shen Xiang used the soul-absorbing devil curse on Huang Ling. Huang Ling's soul was in excruciating pain. He could clearly feel that his soul was being sliced apart bit by bit. The memories in his soul were being dug out. The grasping soul devil incantation only had a very high requirement for one's spiritual consciousness. Shen Xiang only needed to slightly improve it before he was able to use it again. You're very dishonest. You're actually begging me to let you go. Shen Xiang searched Huang Ling's memories and realized that the direction Huang Ling had pointed to was the north. That was incredible. The Starfire City Lord was right there. The dragon's roar came from the northeast. That's right. When Huang Ling met the Starfire City Lord, he was bringing his daughter Bai Su with him, and it was nearby. Before Huang Ling died, he was once again shocked, because there was actually someone who could search the memories in other people's souls. This was simply too terrifying, and it would be so painful to search for them. All right, you can die now, but I'm a good person, so I'll help you fix your body before sending you on your way. Shen Xiang really helped Huang Ling put his body back together. Huang Ling did not know whether he should be happy or sad. Shen Xiang released a ball of red and green flames. These were the vermilion bird fire and the azure dragon fire, respectively. When mixed together, there would be a conflict, and then there would be a great repulsion in Huang Ling's body. The 2 flames competed with each other on Huang Ling's body. Burning Huang Ling would be even more painful. Huang Ling let out a miserable shriek. The scariest thing was that Shen Xiang even used the soul-sucking curse to help Huang Ling recall the process of him eating a human. Not only was Huang Ling's body in pain, but his soul was tormented as well. In the end, his soul dispersed, and his body was burned to ashes. Someone's coming. He's pretty strong. Could it be the Starfire City Lord? Shen Xiang kept Huang Ling's ashes into the 6 realms mirrors and immediately hid inside a big tree. The people who came were a man and a woman, both dressed in white. The man was a handsome, middle-aged man with an extraordinary bearing, holding a long sword in his hand. The woman was very young. Her figure was tall and slender, and she was extremely beautiful. Her expression was cold. This man and woman were the Starfire City Lord and his daughter, Bai Su. Father, Someone died here just now. Bai Su was extremely vigilant as she looked around. The Starfire City Lord closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He was trying to distinguish the auras around him. It's Huang Ling's aura. The Starfire City Lord said he's dead. Who killed him? The head disciple of the Starfire sect is not weak, no matter if it is his equipment or the talisman in his hand. Bai Su said in surprise. He also lost a lot of blood. The Starfire City Lord looked at the remaining bloodstains on the ground and said with a frown, "There are still 2 very strong flame auras here. They are both beast-type flames. Could it be a beast?" The azure dragon fire and the vermilion bird fire that Chen Xiang used were indeed beast-type flames. What surprised Chen Xiang was that the Starfire City Lord was actually able to come out. None of the Starfire City Lord, Uncle Li and Black Flame were a match for the Starfire City Lord. Therefore, the Starfire City Lord was most likely at the Human King level. It seems like the appearance of the dragon blood treasure has also attracted powerful beasts. We have to be more careful. The Starfire City Lord carefully observed his surroundings and said doubtfully, "The powerful beasts actually did not leave behind any traces. There are no footprints at all." Chapter 38:65. Shen Xiang quietly followed the father and daughter. Even though the Starfire City Lord's cultivation was very high and he was very strong, he was still unable to discover Shen Xiang. Along the way, the Starfire City Lord also stopped and walked. Furthermore, his speed was not very fast and he was not in a hurry. If the Green Dragon Demon Slayer is really here, there might be a lot of powerful demon spirits. Shen Xiang remembered that the Green Dragon Demon Slayer had a lot of killing power towards the evil demons, and the demon spirit had a very strong perception towards this kind of thing that could restrain them. If the demon spirit sensed that there was something that could restrain them here, they would definitely rush over in large numbers. They also wanted to fight for this kind of thing, so as to prevent it from falling into the hands of the strong, so as to prevent the strong humans from using it to deal with them. "Father, you don't seem to be in a hurry to go to the location of the dragon blood treasure. Have you not determined the exact location?" Bai Su asked. The Starfire City Lord had already stopped and looked like he was going to rest. However, he and Bai Su were not tired at all. "Girl, the situation at the location of the dragon blood treasure must be very complicated. Even if I can rush over immediately, I might not be able to obtain the treasure immediately. Even if I can obtain the treasure immediately, it will definitely not be mine." The Starfire City Lord was quite relaxed. "Didn't you enter the Myriad Star mountain range at the first possible moment for the dragon blood treasure?" Bai Su really could not guess what her father was thinking, because in the eyes of a normal person, with how strong the Starfire City Lord was, as long as he could reach the scene immediately and take away the dragon blood treasure, it would be his. "The first one to know that there is a dragon blood treasure here is not me." The Starfire City Lord laughed. "I'm only here to join in the fun and see if I can pick up anything on the way." "Was it the Starfire sect leader who discovered it first?" "Father, the Starfire sect's strength seems to be inferior to yours, right?" Bai Su was impatient to go to the location of the dragon blood treasure. "It was discovered by the Empire." "Who do you think the Empire sent?" The Starfire City Lord said. "I'm not afraid to tell you. I just found out who came from the communication talisman." "Who?" Bai Su immediately understood. If they obtained the dragon blood treasure here, it would definitely belong to the Empire. "Third Prince," the Starfire City Lord said. "Let's go slowly. I don't want to get too close to these princes." The Starfire City Lord was loyal to the Heavenly Flame Emperor, but those princes always liked to rope them in. If he joined a prince's faction, then in the future, when many princes fought for power, he would be dragged into it. If he lost, then he would die. Bai Su didn't know about all this. She just felt that her father was slacking and didn't want to help the prince for nothing. However, Shen Xiang knew that the Starfire City Lord wanted to keep a distance from the prince. Xing Yan's sect master and the others should have already gone over. Baisu said, Father, if we go over a bit later, wouldn't we be blamed by the third prince? What's there to blame? I'm the city lord, so I should be guarding the city. The reason why I'm here is because of the third prince's face. The Starfire City lord laughed. If it wasn't the third prince, but someone else, I would also want to go over earlier to get some benefits. With the third prince here, trying to get benefits in front of him was equivalent to owing the third prince a favor. That was why the Starfire City lord suddenly slowed down. As for Shen Xiang, he was extremely anxious. He was worried that the third prince would take away the green dragon demon slayer. Who knew if the methods of these princes were very clever? If they really took it away, it would be troublesome. Just as the Starfire City lord was slacking off, an earthquake suddenly occurred. Following that, a gust of wind swept through the forest. As the wind howled, Shen Xiang quickly sensed a strong, evil aura. It was the evil spirit, and there were a lot of them. It's a demon spirit. The Starfire City lord's expression changed. There are quite a few of them. Shen Xiang also felt that it was strange. Logically speaking, there should be very few demon spirits in the entire great Yan Empire. Even if there was a heavenly devil abyss, it should have been sealed or blocked. It was not easy for the demon spirits to pass through the border walls. So many of them had suddenly appeared in the Myriad Star mountain range, which meant that the demon spirits had a way to enter the great Yan Empire. Of course, the high walls and barriers at the border were still very useful. At the very least, they could prevent a large-scale demon spirit army from charging in. Father, are we going over? Baisu immediately took out a white sword that emitted a cold and pure white light. She had already entered battle mode. The Starfire City lord thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, Don't go for the time being. With the people from the Starfire sect and the third prince here, there won't be any problems. That evil aura only appeared after the earthquake. Shen Xiang suspected that the two had nothing to do with each other. The earthquake might have been caused by the appearance of the dragon blood treasure, but the evil aura was caused by the sudden appearance of a large number of demon spirits. Chapter 3866. Not long ago, Baisu had asked the Starfire City lord if he was in the same situation as the Starfire Duke one day. Would he go against the royal family? At that time, the Starfire City lord did not answer. Instead, he said that there would not be such a day. As long as he abided by his duty, he would not end up like the Starfire Duke. However, he knew in his heart that this kind of thing was hard to say. The situation with the royal family was very complicated. Although he was a city lord and was not weak, using his own strength to fight against the entire empire's royal family was like throwing an egg at a rock. Not to mention fighting against the royal family. Even fighting against the third prince would be difficult for him. The Starfire City lord knew very well what would happen to his daughter once she married the third prince. He loved his wife and loved his daughter very much. Therefore, he could not let such a thing happen. The Supreme Immortal Sect has agreed. Black Bat laughed. Miss Baisu is a disciple of the Supreme Immortal Sect, and her master has approved of this marriage. As for the Starfire Duke and His Majesty, let the third prince handle it. The Starfire City lord's body trembled. At this moment, Baisu was even more furious. Her master had actually agreed to it without even asking for her opinion. Black Bat's meaning was very clear. In other words, there were people in the Supreme Immortal Sect who stood on the third prince's side. And now, the third prince wanted to rope in the Starfire City lord. On the surface, marrying his daughter was a sign of respect, but in reality, he urgently needed a good woman to cultivate with. The third prince should be breaking through a bottleneck. After being selected by the third prince's master, this Baisu was the best candidate. Of course, it was possible that it was not just Baisu. The third prince might have found several women at the same time. Shen Xiang originally wanted to leave, but he suddenly felt that this show was not bad. He wanted to see if the Starfire City lord would resist. I don't agree. The smile on the Starfire City Lord's face disappeared. Why, could it be that the Starfire City Lord looks down on the third prince? Black Bat asked, I have no right to decide my daughter's marriage. The engagement with the eldest grandson of the Starfire Duke was only done to cooperate with His Majesty to suppress the Starfire Duke. This is not a real marriage. The Starfire City Lord said, if it was a simple marriage, the Starfire City Lord would naturally facilitate it. However, marrying his daughter to the third prince was equivalent to destroying her. Who knew what kind of beastly things the third prince would do to his daughter? Official Bai Yen, it was His Highness who sent me here to talk to you. He gave me a death order that I must make this happen. Don't make it difficult for me. If you agree, it will be good for you. Good for me. Good for everyone. Even if you don't agree, the result will still be the same. Your daughter will still become His Highness' concubine. You, on the other hand, are fighting against the imperial family. Black Bat sighed. I'll contact His Majesty right away. Bai Yanqing took out a communication array, disc the size of a wash basin. The Meteor Fire City was also a relatively important city. Furthermore, it was located in the Heavenly Flame province. The city lord could directly contact the Heavenly Flame, Great Emperor. However, just as he took out the disc array, a red arrow shot out from the bat's mouth and instantly shattered the disc array. Are you crazy? Bai Yanqing was enraged and roared, I am the city lord of Meteor Trail City. How can I allow a prince to humiliate me like this? I've contributed so much to the empire. Do you think you can just kill me like that? Bai Yanqing, His Highness wants your daughter. He only needs your daughter to cooperate with his cultivation, and he will succeed. Black Bat laughed sinisterly. Today the dragon blood treasure has appeared, and a large number of evil spirits have appeared. In order to protect the Meteor Trail City, you fought against the powerful evil spirits and sacrificed yourself heroically. The Empire will definitely remember you. The giant bat continuously spat out red arrows of blood from its mouth, carrying with it a strong poisonous gas that spread throughout the area. Bai Yanqing was unable to block that kind of poisonous arrow, and his body was pierced several times. The bat didn't attack Bai Su, and she had already fallen to the ground due to the poison. At this moment, she was filled with regret. If she knew this would happen, she would have agreed to marry the third prince. That way, her father wouldn't have to die. Bai Yanqing's heart was filled with regret. He should have let his daughter go to the 100 Flowers Paradise. At most, he would be hunted down for betraying the empire. Now, not only did he die an unjust death, his daughter was also going to be ravaged by the third prince and become a cultivation tool. Lass, I've let you down. I should have listened to you earlier, Bai Yanqing said with hatred, his eyes filled with grief. Stop, if my father dies, I will commit suicide. Bai Su suddenly shouted, Quickly detoxify my father and let him go. Otherwise, this bastard third prince's plan won't succeed. She had also heard that some nobles cultivated evil methods and used many women to cultivate. The process was very evil. Chapter 38:67. Actually, Shen Xiang could have saved them long ago, but he wanted to wait until Bai Yanqing and Bai Su were at their most desperate moment. This way, they would be more grateful to him and hate the third prince even more. I'm hopeless, don't worry about me. Save my daughter. Bai Yanqing's voice was very soft, but Shen Xiang and Bai Su heard it clearly. Bai Su saw that the person who saved them was a young man, and her heart was also filled with despair. What can a young man do? At this moment, she seemed to have forgotten how they escaped from danger. But Bai Yanqing was very clear that this young man must have an extraordinary background to be able to cultivate divine sense. Luckily you met me. Otherwise you would really be hopeless. Shen Xiang had already started to save them. He injected his divine sense into Bai Yanqing's body and at the same time released azure dragon fire into Bai Yanqing's wounds. Ah! Bai Yanqing screamed in pain. The azure dragon fire flowed in Bai Yanqing's body, and the wounds on his body started to emit black gas. Bai Su was very worried. She originally thought that Shen Xiang was abusing her father, but when she saw the black gas, she knew that it was poison gas. Shen Xiang directly used Azure Dragon Fire to refine the poison in Bai Yanqing's body. Azure Dragon Fire was very effective against this kind of poison. After all, the Green Dragon Demon Slayer had the same principle. In addition, Shen Xiang had an incomparable understanding of poison. Therefore, the Azure Dragon Fire that he created based on the Azure Dragon Divine Art was best used to disinfect other people's bodies. Of course, this required a powerful divine sense. Wherever the divine sense sensed the poison, the Azure Dragon Fire would precisely flow over to kill the poison. If the control was not good, the Azure Dragon Fire would instead cause serious injuries. Although the Azure Dragon Fire was very hot, people with Bai Yanqing's cultivation were able to endure it. Bai Yanqing's poison arrow had already been removed. It's much worse than the 9-death spider silk arrow. I helped someone remove the 9-death spider silk arrow before, and that person is now alive and kicking. So you have to believe me. Shen Xiang continued to kill the poison for Bai Yanqing. Bai Yanqing was still in pain, but he could endure it now. He was saved and could even survive. His daughter would not be defiled by the third prince. This feeling of being reborn made Bai Yanqing incomparably happy, to the extent that the little bit of pain was nothing to him. I won't save you for nothing. Shen Xiang said, I want you to do something for me. Don't worry, I won't take your daughter. Who are you? Bai Yanqing asked. His tone was much more stable now. It was clear that he had recovered very quickly. Bai Su gradually calmed down. Right now, she was just completely powerless. Shen Xiang. Hearing these two words, Bai Yanqing and Bai Su were both shocked. Shen Xiang's name was very famous among the younger generation of the Starfire City. First of all, he was very handsome, and then, at Yi Huahua's banquet, he made Yi Xingyun suffer a huge loss. Other than that, they didn't know much. However, they were still very concerned about it, because their previous attention was all on the Yi family. After Yi Huahua had fully recovered from her injuries, they had a real-time grasp of the Yi family situation, so they all knew about Shen Xiang. Yi Huahua has been poisoned. It's a demonic poison. It should be similar to the poison that Miss Bai is suffering from now. Once this poison enters the brain, she will be at the mercy of others. Oh right, Lin Yi's mother from the Lin family was also poisoned by this poison, because someone wanted to control this mother and marry Lin Yi to some nobles. As for the motive, you all know it. Shen Xiang looked at Bai Su. Br Bai Yanqing and Bai Su did not doubt Shen Xiang's words at all. Your empire has fallen too deeply into the demonic path. There are actually so many nobles practicing this kind of evil path. Shen Xiang sighed. This kind of empire, is there still a need to exist? Bai Yanqing did not say anything. He did not dare to have any thoughts of rebelling against the empire. This was betrayal. Chapter 3868. Bai Yanqing snorted in his heart because this mysterious young man was flirting with his daughter. Of course, he could not say anything. After all, he had just been saved by him. He could stand up now, but he had not fully recovered. I suggest you go look for Starflame Duke. Shen Xiang said, If you believe me, go look for him. Otherwise, you can only leave the great Yan Empire. I still hope to contact His Majesty. I want to ask him. Bai Yanqing said, I have a guess. I think that you and Starflame Duke are going to be eliminated. The third prince learned of the news in advance, so he has no scruples. He wants to take advantage of this opportunity to snatch Sister Bai Su away so that she doesn't fall into the hands of the other princes. Shen Xiang said, Young Master Shen, why do you think so? Bai Su quickly asked, Uncle Bai, how long have you been the Starflame City Lord? Shen Xiang asked. 8 years, Bai Yanqing said. In these 8 years, have you ever suppressed Starflame Duke? Shen Xiang asked again. No, I have never had any conflict with him. Our relationship is very ordinary. I rarely even meet him. Bai Yanqing said and found the problem. You are the city lord, so you want to suppress the forces in the city and even weaken them. The Starflame sect is completely controlled by the Empire, so you don't need to touch them. But Starflame Duke is not. And you haven't done anything to him in these 8 years. When Shen Xiang said this, Bai Su also understood. So the royal family suspects that my father is colluding with Starflame Duke to rebel? Bai Su frowned and said, but isn't this too careless? It's better to kill the wrong person than to let him go. Although Uncle Bai is very strong, he is not irreplaceable in the Empire. So if you kill him, you can also establish your might. Shan Xiang said, actually the royal family has sensed that there are complaints. They only want to establish their might now. If the great Yin Empire continued to operate like this, sooner or later, they would not be able to hold on. The only thing they could do now was to suppress all the forces with ideas. There is another reason. Xiao Xianglin from Hundred Flower World wants to enter the great Yin Empire. The Starfire Marquis had come into contact with the Hundred Flowers World before, and the people of the Hundred Flowers World frequently enter the Starfire City. Shen Xiang added, this was what he had just thought of. Then he looked at Bai Su and said, Sister Bai Su, when you were in the Supreme Immortal Sect, you must have unintentionally displayed your yearning for the Hundred Flower World. The competition in the Supreme Immortal School is so intense. There must be someone who is targeting you behind your back and secretly complaining. Humph, a bunch of despicable people. Bai Su said furiously. I still decided to give it a try. I will contact His Majesty. I will send someone. Bai Yanqing sighed. I will return to the city now. Pay attention to that giant black bat and that black bat. When they know that you have returned to the city, they will definitely kill you immediately. Sister Bai Su, I suggest that you hide and don't be together with your father. Shin Xiang warned. Lass, go hide in the Hundred Flowers building. Bai Yanqing said. He only hoped that his daughter would be safe. Can you enter the city safely? Shin Xiang was still worried about them. Don't worry, although I almost died before, I am now prepared. I won't be killed so easily. After all, I have been in the Starfire City for many years. I know how to enter the city safely. Bai Yanqing patted Shen Xiang's shoulder and said, Thank you very much. I will definitely repay you. You guys rest here first. I still have things to do. Shen Xiang said, This cave is very safe. They won't be able to find you. Don't worry. After he finished speaking, he immediately left. He still had to find the green dragon demon slayer. After Shen Xiang left, Bai Su said in a low voice, Father, this young master Shen is really mysterious. How did he save us before? He should be the one who killed the chief disciple of the Starfire sect, Huang Ling. He helped me detoxify the poison, using a very Stranjeet's beast flames. Bai Yanqing frowned and said, This young master Shen is very strong. I never thought that a young man would be so powerful. I wonder which old monster's disciple he is. He can't be going to snatch the dragon blood treasure, right? Bai Su suddenly opened her eyes wide. Then he will definitely go against the third prince. I forgot to remind him that the third prince has 2 human kings accompanying him. Black Bat is one of them. Bai Yanqing was suddenly worried. Ah, Black Bat is a human king? Is the power behind the third prince that terrifying? Bai Su was very worried. Young Master Shen will be fine. Good people will be rewarded. Bai Yanqing caressed his daughter's head and said, Rest well. Shen Xiang left the cave and rode on the 6 realms mirrors in the air, flying towards the northeast direction. The dragon roar that Huang Ling had heard earlier came from that direction, and Bai Yanqing and Bai Su had also rushed over there. The so-called dragon blood treasure was definitely in that direction. He carefully flew for a long time. From high up in the sky, he could see a very deep crack in the ground in front of him. Chapter 38:69. Shen Xiang did not immediately go over. Although he was a little worried about Long Huishan, If he rashly went over, it would only make things even more chaotic. With his current strength, he could only use the 6 realms mirrors if he wanted to help, and this thing was a peerless weapon in the eyes of many. If it appeared here, it would definitely alarm the various powers. Long Huishan was only surrounded. They did not fight, and they did not have any intention of fighting either. After all, the other party was a member of the 100 Flowers world, and Xiao Xianglin, the great emperor, was also near the great Yan Empire. In addition, although the third prince and the others had 2 human kings, they were not confident in defeating Long Huishan. They did not understand Long Huishan, they only knew that she was a woman from the 100 Flowers world. She was very strong, at least at the human king level. The black bat on the third prince's side was originally a human king, and the bat he rode was also a magical beast king. Adding the Star Flame sect leader, it was equivalent to having the strength of 3 human kings. Long Huishan did not feel the slightest bit of fear when facing 3 such experts. The might on her body was still very oppressive, and her beautiful eyes were filled with cold arrogance. When she looked at the third prince and the others, her eyes actually carried a trace of contempt. Even though she was wearing a set of armor, one could still see her proud figure. Sister Huishan has an ice dragon. Even if the ice dragon's power retreated and was taken back by the heavens, his strength is not weak. Sister Huishan can cooperate with the ice dragon and use the dragon's power, so the other party will definitely not be able to defeat Sister Huishan. Although Shan Xiang knew that Long Huishan was very strong, he was still prepared to attack. Friends of the 100 Flowers world, we don't have any enmity, so there's no need to be so opposed. Instead, we want to cooperate with you. The third prince was a square-faced man. He could not be considered very handsome, but he looked refined and courteous, with a noble temperament. He really could not tell that the third prince was a vicious and merciless person. One had to know that he had sent the black bat to deal with by Yanqing and by Su. As the saying goes, one can know a person for a long time without knowing their heart. This third prince looked so upright on the surface, but his heart was so evil. You have so many people surrounding me, and you still say you don't want to oppose me? Long Huishan said coldly. Hearing Long Huishan's cold and domineering voice again, Xin Xiang was also filled with nostalgia. In the past, Long Huishan had taken good care of his big sister, and had even helped take care of Leng Yulan, Xin Lingling, and the other recognized sisters. Miss, this is our territory. Now that a rare treasure of dragon blood has appeared, you came without saying anything. We just don't want you to take it away. The third prince said politely, "To be honest, I'm just following orders. My imperial father ordered me to retrieve the dragon blood treasure. Otherwise, I could have given it to you as a gift." Xin Xiang sneered in his heart. This third prince really knew how to use flowery words. Dragon blood treasure? Do you really not know what is sealed at the bottom of this abyss? Long Huishan's tone was still cold, and she did not give the third prince any face. The third prince and the others looked like they really didn't know what was at the bottom of the heavenly devil abyss. They looked at each other. "Please advise me, miss." The third prince cupped his hands and asked politely, "Have you heard of the Green Dragon Demon Slayer?" Long Huishan asked. Xin Xiang's previous guess was not wrong. 100 Flowers world indeed knew where the Green Dragon Demon Slayer was. The one sealed below is the Green Dragon Demon Slayer? The third prince's face immediately turned pale. Black Bat and the Star Flame sect leader's expressions also changed, as if they were facing a great enemy. Xin Xiang was very surprised. The words Green Dragon Demon Slayer could actually scare them to such an extent. Xin Xiang did not know how the Green Dragon Demon Slayer had changed. He thought that it should be no different from before. What's sealed below is one of the important Dragon Soul Blade Souls on the Green Dragon Demon Slayer. I don't know if it's the Dragon Soul or the Saber Soul. Long Huishan said, "It's very likely that it's the Dragon Soul because it emits a dragon's roar. However, if the blade soul and the dragon soul are together for a long time, they can also let out a dragon's roar. Xinxiang was very shocked. His previous green dragon demon slayer did not seem to have these two things. Why did this new green dragon demon slayer have them? What exactly happened to his soul when it was sealed and suppressed for 100,000 years? He had thought that the four symbols' divine weapons was refined by Lu Menger and the others, but now it seemed that was not the case. If it was really refined by them, it would not have escaped their control. If 100 Flowers World could control the four symbols' divine weapons, it would not be scattered everywhere. Chapter 3870. 100 Flowers World still had to do business. The Great Yin Empire had a large number of spar and various resources, and they needed these resources. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, they would not make things too stiff with the Great Yin Empire. Your father doesn't know that I'm here. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent you here. Go back and tell him that with me here, you have no choice but to leave. He won't blame you. Long Huishan said again. How should I address you, miss? I have to tell my father, who came, right? The third prince really wanted to know Long Huishan's name. Previously, he had been thinking about how to get close to Long Huishan. After all, she was a woman from the 100 Flowers World, and she was also a human king. However, after knowing that the other party was a great emperor, he didn't even dare to think about it. Not to mention him, even the Heavenly Flame Emperor did not dare to have such thoughts. You don't need to know my name. Just go back and tell him what I'm wearing. I fought with him not long ago, so he has an impression of me. Once you say it, he will understand. After Long Huishan finished speaking, he leaped and jumped into the Heavenly Devil Abyss. The third prince and the others were also stunned. This woman had actually fought with the Heavenly Flame Emperor before. Could it be Xiao Xianglin, the Great Emperor? Furthermore, in this incomparably dangerous Heavenly Devil Abyss, there was also the dragon soul blade soul of the green dragon demon slayer below. Indeed, only people with the cultivation of Great Emperor would dare to jump down. Let's retreat. The third prince was also worried that he would be affected, so he hurriedly escaped. After Xinxiang saw that the third prince and the others were far away, he rode on the 6 realms mirrors and flew towards the Heavenly Devil Abyss. The Heavenly Devil Abyss had suddenly appeared, and those evil spirit creatures had not come out. Generally speaking, after the Heavenly Devil Abyss appeared, a large number of evil spirit creatures would crawl out one after another. What the hell is that dragon's soul blade soul? This green dragon demon slayer is definitely not something I'm familiar with, and I've experienced a lot of things. Xinxiang had already ridden the 6 realms mirrors deep into the Heavenly Devil Abyss. He was also worried that Long Huishan would encounter danger. With the 6 realms mirrors here, even if he did not have enough strength, he could rely on the 6 realms mirrors to block. Xinxiang released his powerful consciousness to sense Long Huishan's remaining aura, and then controlled the 6 realms mirrors to increase its speed and catch up. In the Heavenly Devil Abyss, it was also very difficult to fly. The power that restricted flying in the world-defying stage was very strong, and it was unknown how it was formed or why it was restricted from flying. Therefore, when Long Huishan descended, he released a very strong blood energy to protect himself, preventing himself from being ambushed when he fell. Along the way, Long Huishan had left behind her aura. It was an extremely pure and powerful ice dragon aura. Xinxiang also controlled the 6 realms mirrors to descend. Along the way, he did not sense the aura of anything else, which meant that Long Huishan was still very safe. Not long after, he finally arrived at the bottom of the abyss. The Heavenly Devil Abyss was very, very deep, and after falling down, one could clearly feel that they had entered another space. It should be a spatial crack. The Heavenly Devil Abyss is a spatial crack that appeared on the ground. If this kind of spatial crack appeared in the air, then it would be much easier for the evil creatures to come over. Xinxiang looked at both sides of the abyss. If he wanted to leave this place, it would be rather difficult. Now he suddenly understood why there was a restriction on flying. It was most likely to prevent the evil creatures from easily escaping the abyss. The bottom of the abyss was not pitch black. Instead, it was very bright. The spatial walls on both sides had white patterns of light that could illuminate the bottom of the abyss. Shan Xiang kept the 6 realms mirrors and followed Long Huishan's qi. However, not long after he walked, he felt that Long Huishan, who was in front of him, suddenly ran back quickly. What's wrong? Could it be that big sister Huishan is in danger? Shen Xiang immediately became vigilant. Long Huishan's speed was very fast. He rushed over in an instant and grabbed Shen Xiang's lapel, then looked at him coldly. Who are you? Why are you following me all the way? Long Huishan shouted. Are you transformed from a demon spirit? Don't you think I look good? Can a demon spirit transform into such a good-looking youth? Shen Xiang said with a mischievous smile. It's because you're too good-looking that I think you're a demon. Long Huishan used his other hand to tear apart Shen Xiang's clothes. Shen Xiang was shocked. He never thought that after 100,000 years, this big sister Huishan would become like this. Chapter 38:71. I'm not wearing it, I'm not wearing it. This is a dress, a man can't wear it. Shen Xiang immediately waved his hand and shouted, Who made the rule that men can't wear dresses? After Long Huishan finished speaking, he pounced forward, and then very violently helped Shen Xiang put on the bright red dress. Shen Xiang was forced to put on this beautiful red dress. At this moment he was in despair and had a look of hopelessness on his face. His dignity as a dignified world-defying stage ancestor god was ruined by this big red dress. As Long Huishan violently helped him put it on, he giggled non-stop, as if he was very happy. Shen Xiang suddenly suspected. Did this Long Huishan remember him? Was he deliberately teasing him now? But it didn't look like it. He believed that Long Huishan subconsciously felt that he was very familiar with him, and had always had the thought of bullying him. In the past, Long Huishan would bully him from time to time. This time, without saying a word, she dressed him in female clothing. Perhaps she had this thought in her heart a long time ago. I have to change your hairstyle and then put on some makeup. I'll bring you back to the 100 Flowers world, and no one will recognize you as a woman. Long Huishan laughed happily. I'm not going. Shen Xiang struggled, wanting to take off his clothes. Why not? Let me tell you, there is a river in the 100 Flowers world, and my sisters often bathe in that river. Long Huishan laughed. I'll bring you back. Are you going to that river? Shen Xiang suddenly hesitated. He really wanted to go. I don't want to, he said with a serious face. I'm just a child. I'm very pure. Child? You look like a little scoundrel. You lied just now. You must have been fantasizing about the appearance of that river and thinking about how to play tricks in that river, right? Long Huishan gently pinched Shen Xiang's waist and chuckled. Shen Xiang was puzzled. This Long Huishan clearly did not remember him. Why did he still have the image of a little scoundrel in her eyes? Long Huishan, Sister Long, stop messing around. Shen Xiang suddenly shouted. If not, he would really be turned into a young girl by her. Long Huishan, who was in the middle of playing a prank, suddenly stopped. Furthermore, her face was filled with shock. Now, Shen Xiang was sure that Long Huishan did not remember him. You recognize me? Long Huishan said in surprise. My master is Xiao Xianglin, Shen Xiang said seriously. If you don't believe me, you can contact her. Impossible. How could she accept a man as a disciple? Long Huishan had a face full of disbelief. I'm just a boy, not a man. Shen Xiang laughed. Sister Long, she told me a lot of things about you. You are from the ice dragon race, right? It could be said that Long Huishan was not famous at all in the world-defying stage. No one knew her. Only the people from the 9 firmaments knew that she was from the ice dragon race, but they would definitely not talk about this kind of thing everywhere. Don't move, I'll contact Big Sis Xiao right now. Long Huishan pressed Xin Xiang against the wall and even used a long leg to press down on Xin Xiang, preventing him from moving. Long Huishan took out the communication array disk and contacted Xiao Xianglin. Not long after, Xiao Xianglin responded, "Big Sis Xiao, I caught a very strange brat in the God's Devil Abyss. I can't find out what kind of Dao seed he has, and his strength is also very weak, but he was able to safely reach the God's Devil Abyss. He knows me, and even said that he was your disciple." Long Huishan directly said to the communication array disk, "Sister Xiao, it's me. I am Xin Xiang. Sister Long bullied me." Xin Xiang immediately said. Long Huishan glared at him, causing him to not dare to speak again. "Aya, it's my little disciple. Long time no see." When Xiao Xianglin heard Xin Xiang's voice, she was also very surprised. "Why did you go to that place? It's very dangerous." Chapter 38:72. What? Am I only 7 points in your eyes? Long Huishan's face darkened, and then she narrowed her eyes, which were filled with threat. She laughed sinisterly and said, "Big Sister Zhao's little disciple, I still have a few sets of dresses here. Do you want to try them?" Long Huishan's face was very close to Xin Xiang, and he threatened Xin Xiang, "You better reevaluate my appearance." When Xin Xiang saw Long Huishan approaching, he couldn't help but kiss her cheek. In the past, Long Huishan had also kissed his face. However, this kiss was too much. Long Huishan seemed to be about to explode. "You! How dare you kiss my face? I'm going to cut your mouth off." The Dragon Queen exploded. "You took advantage of me just now. You're the one who asked me to take it back. You are the dignified Dragon Queen. No, you should be the Dragon Empress. How can you go back on your words?" Xin Xiang said calmly, "By the way, your current beauty is at 98 points. Long Huishan touched his own face and shouted angrily, "Give me 100 points. If you don't give me 100 points, you'll see." "All right, I'll give you 102 points. I'm not afraid of your pride." Xin Xiang laughed and said, "Sister Long, don't be angry. You're too beautiful. I can't help myself." Long Huishan was still very angry just now, but when he stared at Xin Xiang's face, he felt a very familiar feeling. It was as if there was once such a person who laughed and joked with her all day long, and the two of them had a very good relationship. Suddenly, she felt like she had lost something. Just like that, she gazed into Xin Xiang's eyes and couldn't help but reach out her hand to caress Xin Xiang's face. She had only touched it for a moment before she immediately withdrew her hand. Xin Xiang was secretly shocked. This was the same as Yan Xilan. "Just like Sister Zilan," Xin Xiang whispered. "What? Zilan has seen you before." Long Huishan did not believe in evil. After saying that, she reached out with both hands to pinch Xin Xiang's face. This time, she endured the strange electric shock and continued to pinch Xin Xiang's face. But the more she pinched, the more painful it became. She had pinched Xin Xiang's body before, but she didn't have a headache. Why did it hurt when she pinched his face? "I've seen her. She's very nice to me," Xin Xiang said. "Humph. Did Big Sister Xiao cast a spell on you? She has mastered many of these strange techniques." Long Huishan tried for the third time. She could only give up after a short while because it was indeed too painful. "I don't believe it." This time, she actually kissed Xin Xiang's face. Well, it was a kiss at first, but it immediately turned into a bite. "What are you doing?" Xin Xiang exclaimed. The strange thing was that this time, Long Huishan did not have a headache. "If you kiss me, I'll bite you. We're even." Long Huishan laughed, feeling a lot more balanced in his heart. "Sister Long, are you really a great emperor? Can you beat Heavenly Flame Emperor?" Xin Xiang asked. "I can't beat him for the time being, but he can't beat me either." Long Huishan pulled Xin Xiang's hand and began to look for the dragon Soul Blade Soul. "Ah, you guys shouldn't be so weak." Xin Xiang felt that it was strange. According to Long Huishan's cultivation in the past 100,000 years, beating up a rising star like Heavenly Flame Emperor was no problem at all. There's nothing we can do about it. Our 100 Flowers world has been cursed, and our strength has been suppressed. Long Huishan said. Otherwise, with the power of our 100 Flowers world back then, any little sister would be able to beat Heavenly Flame Emperor to the point where he would be looking for his teeth all over the ground. Xin Xiang believed in Long Huishan, but what was with the curse of the 100 Flowers world? Your big sister Zhao's little disciple. That's why I told you so much. Don't spout nonsense, or else I'll bite your little handsome face. Long Huishan turned around and glanced at Xin Xiang. This made Xin Xiang secretly arrange, because this big sister Long looked like she really wanted to bite him. Because she couldn't pinch his face, Long Huishan could only bite him. Chapter 3873. Long Huishan immediately brought Xin Xiang and sped forward. Until now, she still had not sensed any demon spirits approaching. However, she believed what Xin Xiang said. This was because Xin Xiang's consciousness was very strong. With this level of consciousness, he could indeed sense demon spirits that were very far away. Some demon spirits were very well hidden. If one was not careful, it was very likely that they would be ambushed and even killed in a single strike. It was not like it had never happened before that a famous expert had been ambushed and killed by a demon spirit. Powerful demon spirits were also very intelligent. Some of them could even disguise themselves as humans and approach them. If one did not test the other party's Dao seed, it would be very difficult to discover them. Therefore, when Long Huishan met Xin Xiang before, the first thing she did was to test his Dao seed. It could be seen that she had a lot of experience in dealing with demon spirits. Why is your consciousness so strong? How did you cultivate? Long Huishan was very curious. In this era, it was very difficult to cultivate a strong consciousness. Even Long Huishan only had a little bit of it. I was born with it. Xin Xiang said, Sister Long, be more serious. There are strong enemies behind us. Long Huishan did not sense anything behind them at all. But she chose to believe in Xin Xiang because this little brother had always been smiling mischievously before. Now that he had become very serious, it meant that he had truly sensed that there was danger behind them. Are you sure it's the dragon soul? How far is it from us? Long Huishan asked. Soon. We'll see it in less than an hour. That dragon soul seems to be very dangerous as well. Maybe there's something dangerous trapping the dragon soul. Xin Xiang could only feel that in the direction of the dragon soul, there was still a very powerful force. I should be able to handle it. Long Huishan was not confident now, because the heavenly devil abyss was different from what she had encountered before. She had also been to the heavenly devil abyss many times and encountered many dangers, but it had never been like this. In the past, after she jumped into the heavenly devil abyss, she would be able to start fighting very quickly. She would know exactly what kind of danger she would face. But this time, she actually couldn't sense any demon spirits. Heavenly Devil Abyss and the Green Dragon Demon Slayer's Dragon Soul. This Dragon Soul was also something that many evil creatures wanted to destroy, which was why the Heavenly Devil Abyss suddenly appeared here. The danger that Long Huishan was facing was unprecedented. Sister Long, what is the Dragon Soul like? Xin Xiang continued to release his divine sense to perceive, and suddenly his perception of the dragon's soul became much clearer. This is no ordinary dragon soul. I only know that it was formed from the fusion of the souls of 10,000 divine dragons. Long Huishan said, This legend is very widespread, but no one has ever been able to prove it. Formed from the fusion of 10,000 dragon souls. Xin Xiang was also shocked. I heard that Wan Xinlong was sealed in the heavenly devil hell for many years and was tortured by a large number of evil spirits for countless years. Later on, when they were rescued, in order to repay the kindness they turned into dragon souls and formed a very pure power. Long Huishan said. So that's how it is. Shen Xiang wasn't sure if the legend was true, but he was sure that the Green Dragon Demon Slayer once had a very powerful master. Is the Green Dragon Demon Slayer related to Blossom Sky? Sister Long, how did you know that there was a dragon soul here? Shen Xiang only wanted to quickly take away the dragon soul and leave the heavenly devil abyss. Even he was frightened by the atmosphere here. That kind of evil spirit was simply too terrifying. Of course it's related. The Green Dragon Demon Slayer was refined by our Blossom Sky. Of course, the reason why it became so strong was because it merged with the dragon Soul Blade Soul later on. Long Huishan said, the dragon Soul Blade Soul belongs to that person. That person? Who is it? Xin Xiang immediately asked. The Green Dragon Demon Slayer was originally a world-defying ancestral artifact, a weapon that was once used by the world-defying stage ancestor god. Our Blossom Sky was later forged from scratch and handed over to the Tao Creation Divine Lord, allowing him to resist the group of terrifying evil spirits. He succeeded many times but failed in the end. Long Huishan sighed. Shen Xiang was very shocked. The Tao Creation Divine Lord had actually done such a thing. He thought that the Tao Creation Divine Lord was no longer around. How did the Tao Creation Divine Lord become a person? You can even use the Green Dragon Demon Slayer. Although he had many questions in his heart, he was sure that he was not sealed by the Tao Creation Divine Lord back then. What happened to the Tao Creation Divine Lord after that? Shan Xiang only hoped that he was still here. I don't know. Falling into the demonic space-time, he might have been sealed inside. In short, he threw the Green Dragon Demon Slayer out in the end, saying that only the true owner of the Green Dragon Demon Slayer could unleash the power of this blade. Long Huishan said with a face full of doubt. Even now, we still don't understand why there's a true owner of the Green Dragon Demon Slayer. Chapter 3874. This formation was extremely powerful. Long Huishan only took a glance at it and knew that he would not be able to break it. Let's go. Long Huishan was about to leave. We're already here. Xinxiang said, aren't we going to take away the dragon soul? Big sis, Xiao only wanted me to take a look at the situation. If I can take it away, then I'll take it away. If I can't, then I'll retreat. Long Huishan said, that great formation is not something I can handle. Even if Big Sis Xiao came personally, she wouldn't be able to handle it in a short period of time. Of course, Chen Xiang knew that the array was very strong, but he had a way to take away the dragon soul. However, since Long Huishan wanted to leave, then he could only leave temporarily. In any case, he already knew where the dragon soul was, so he would come back in the future. The dragon soul was not evil, it was just that it was sealed by a very evil formation. Furthermore, it was constantly pouring demonic energy into the dragon soul, which was why the dragon soul had become like this. What was certain was that the dragon soul had already fallen into the hands of the evil demons and had been continuously corroded by them for many years. The evil demons wanted to make the dragon soul incomparably evil. This way, even if the dragon soul returned to the Green Dragon Demon Slayer one day, it would not be able to affect the evil demons. Just as Long Huishan was about to bring Shen Xiang away, the 108,000-meter tall black pillars surrounding the dragon soul suddenly trembled. This is bad. Long Huishan's expression suddenly changed. There are ancient demon spirits inside those pillars. They're all very strong demon spirits. Beneath this heavenly devil abyss was originally another space. The dragon's soul should have been sealed by another group of demons. However, it was found by the current demon spirit, which was why he opened the heavenly devil abyss to connect to this space. On one hand, he wanted to obtain the dragon's soul, and on the other hand, he wanted to attract more human experts to sacrifice them to the dragon's soul. The one who chased after us just now was a new demon spirit. His strength should be a little weaker than mine, but if they join hands, it will still be very difficult to deal with him. Long Huishan could now sense the demon spirit that was chasing after them. The new demon spirit that was chasing after us did not come close. They are retreating. They are afraid of the ancient demon spirit, Xinxiang said. Long Huishan nodded his head. There are 108 ancient demon spirits. Anyone would be afraid. She could only brace herself and lead Xinxiang to the back. Facing the new devil spirits, she could still open a path, but facing 108 ancient devil spirits, even if there were 10 of her, she would not be a match for them. Long time no see, Ice Dragon Empress. I didn't expect you to still be alive. You were heavily injured in that battle back then. You were poisoned by my heart-devouring demon dragon poison. But you actually managed to survive. An enormous black pillar exploded, and an evil creature that looked like a combination of a lizard and a bat appeared. This was a dragon. Bat, demon dragon emperor? You bunch of trash won't have a good ending. Trapped here like dogs to guard the dragon soul. Long Huishan sneered. The bat-like lizard dragon suddenly transformed into a sinister-looking man. With a flash, it appeared in front of Long Huishan. Xinxiang never thought that Long Huishan had participated in some great battle back then and had almost died. He suddenly felt his heart ache and was also very angry. This was all because of this ugly thing in front of him that hurt Long Huishan. You're still so beautiful. Bat Demon Dragon Emperor laughed sinisterly. You won't be able to escape this time. Our Bat Demon Dragon made a mistake and was sent here to guard the dragon's soul for many years. I never thought that after so long, you would actually deliver yourself to our door for us brothers to enjoy. All of a sudden, the pillars turned into giant bat dragons, which then turned into ugly humanoid figures with furry bodies and a pair of wings. Long Huishan's scalp immediately went numb. This kind of bat demon dragon was already very difficult to deal with, let alone a large group of them. Xinxiang, are you afraid of death? Long Huishan suddenly asked. I'm afraid, Xinxiang said calmly. However, these things in front of me are not enough to make me feel afraid. As expected of big sister, Zhao's little disciple, you really have guts. Long Huishan laughed. When the situation is not right, remember to commit suicide. Don't fall into their hands. These guys eat both men and women. Xinxiang only felt a wave of disgust and wished that he could immediately purify the bat demon dragon in front of him. It was also at this time that he secretly released his powerful consciousness to establish a connection with the supreme dragon soul. Very quickly, he had a very strong perception. He could clearly feel that the supreme dragon's soul listened to him, and it could be said that it had completely submitted to him. As expected, there is a part of killing the scarlet dragon. No matter what, we can be considered to have reunited in a new way. We will fight side by side again. Xinxiang thought he could communicate with the supreme dragon soul. The supreme dragon soul's eyes only flashed, as if responding to Xinxiang. Those bat demon dragon S had all left the Great Formation, causing the seal to weaken a lot. This made Xinxiang even more happy. If not, he would have to work even harder to take away the supreme dragon soul. Long Huishan thought that she was dead for sure, and she was very calm right now. In all these years, she had experienced many great battles, and there were many times when she was on the verge of death. Chapter 3875. The Bat Demon Dragon Emperor had a pair of extremely sinister black claws. The tips of the claws were like sharp hooks. If one were to be scratched, their flesh and bones would definitely be torn out. I won't surround and attack you. Let's fight. Bat Demon Dragon Emperor laughed sinisterly. This time, I will definitely trample on you. The ruthlessness you showed me back then, I will return it 10 times, 100 times over. Xinxiang was very clear that even if Long Huishan won, the result would be the same. There were still many powerful Bat Demon Dragon here. They would not let Long Huishan go. Furthermore, Long Huishan was unable to escape. Not only did he have to face the Bat Demon Dragon, He also had to face the new generation of demon spirits that were hidden behind him. You want to fight me one-on-one? Very well. Since I won't be able to survive today, I'll drag you down with me. The ice sword in Long Huishan's hand suddenly emitted a threatening cold aura, and a burst of powerful dragon chi burst out from her entire body. However, just as the dragon chi in her body was circulating, she suddenly felt an itchy feeling coming from within her body. Very quickly, the bone-deep itch spread throughout his entire body, as if there were many tiny ants biting his flesh and skin. It didn't hurt at all, it was just itchy. The most terrifying thing was that his entire head was the same. You used poison. Long Huishan shouted angrily. Right now, she could only calmly suppress the terrifying poison. This poison was not fatal. It could be said that it would not cause her any serious injuries, but it was enough to make her lose her fighting strength. Perhaps in a few days, this poison would dissipate on its own. However, at such a critical moment, it was fatal to Long Huishan. Ha ha ha. You still want to drag me down with you? The Bat Demon Dragon Emperor laughed wildly, and the group of subordinates behind him also laughed wildly. The unpleasant and sinister laughter of the hundreds of Bat Demon Dragon S sounded out at the same time. After hearing it, one's hair stood on end. Long Huishan could only endure it now, crazily urging all the blood energy in his body, wanting to use the berserk dragon blood chi to get rid of the itch. However, the more she did this, the more serious the itch became. I haven't been cultivating for many years, but I've been wholeheartedly trying to evolve my own poison. A demon dragon of my level has spent so many years doing the same thing, all for the sake of waiting for this day. The Bat Demon Dragon Monarch smiled and said, My poison is colorless and odorless, and it has a strong penetrative power. Your treasured clothes have never seen this kind of poison before, so of course they can't defend against it. After all, Long Huishan did not understand poison, and when she encountered such a terrifying poison, it was inevitable that she would fall for it. She took out many pills and swallowed them, but they were all useless. Long Huishan was sweating profusely. She looked at the handsome young man beside her and felt an inexplicable sorrow in her heart. However, Shenxiang looked calm, and she also saw that there was a hexagonal mirror in Shenxiang's hand. The hexagonal mirror was pale white. Although it looked shabby, it looked rather familiar to Long Huishan. Long Huishan was shocked, and her heart was filled with incomparable fear, because it was very similar to the 6 realms mirrors she had seen before. However, the 6 realms mirrors she had seen before were all blood red in color, and the evil chi they emitted was incomparably terrifying. Could it be that the white mirror in front of her wasn't red, and didn't have any evil chi at all? Otherwise, not to mention her, even the Bat Demon Dragon Monarch would have been scared to the point of fleeing. Sister Long, what I have is a 6 realms mirrors. I will let the 6 realms mirrors grow bigger later, and then we will sit on it and fly towards the great formation where the dragon soul is. Shenxiang used his consciousness to send a sound transmission to Long Huishan. The great formation that seals the dragon soul is not even allowed to enter or exit. As long as we enter, we will be safe for the time being. Long Huishan was extremely shocked. This was really a 6 realms mirrors. Of course she knew that the 6 realms mirrors was once a world-defying stage ancestral artifact, but later on, for some reason, it became an extremely evil weapon. Whoever obtained this weapon would be able to obtain great power for a short period of time, but they would also be killed by the backlash of the weapon. After many years, the 6 realms mirrors was finally sealed, and only world-defying stage divine palaces Wang Kamtin was there. Not long ago, there was news that the 6 realms mirrors had appeared in the world-defying stage. Long Huishan could not understand why the 6 realms mirrors would be obtained by a youth. Just as she was in shock, the 6 realms mirrors suddenly shone with a white light, emitting an incomparably pure white light. This kind of white light shone on the Bat Demon Dragon and the others, making them feel very uncomfortable. They couldn't open their eyes, as if they were going to be blinded. Long Huishan immediately jumped onto the 6 realms mirrors that had grown bigger. Shen Xiang controlled the 6 realms mirrors to fly forward. In just a few short moments, the 6 realms mirrors had rushed into the great formation where the dragon soul was. Chapter 3876. Long Huishan stared at Shen Xiang's smiling eyes and suddenly wanted to bite his little face. Shen Xiang rubbed Long Huishan's beautiful face and at the same time injected his own consciousness into it and began to help her detoxify the poison. Without needing his reminder, Long Huishan was able to circulate the dragon blood qi in his body to cooperate with Shen Xiang and quickly expel the poison from his body. Long Huishan's palms surged out waves of red mist, which was the poison gas that he had sent out. Bat Demon Dragon Emperor roared at Shen Xiang. "Brat, I'm going to tear you apart. I'm going to dig out all the bones in your body and smash them into pieces." Originally, he was about to ruthlessly ravage Long Huishan, but he did not expect that Shen Xiang, this young man, would suddenly make a move and actually allow Long Huishan to temporarily be safe. "You won't be able to escape. You'll die sooner or later in the seal, and the dragon soul will definitely devour you, ha ha ha." Bat Demon Dragon Emperor laughed. "It's better than dying in your hands." Long Huishan laughed out loud. Bat Demon Dragon Emperor, you better scram immediately, or else the one who will die will be you. After her poison was cured, she released a jade hut from the storage magic treasure, just like Yen's Islands. After releasing it, she brought Shen Xiang in. Bat Demon Dragon Emperor's eyes were filled with envy, and then he laughed sinisterly. The dignified Ice Dragon Empress is actually in the same room as a young man. You are truly an old cow eating young grass. Do you know shame? Long Huishan was inside the house, looking at Shen Xiang with a smile. "Little brother, this old cow of mine is going to eat you. Are you afraid?" "Sister Long, don't underestimate me. Don't forget who saved you." Shen Xiang sat on Long Huishan's bed and laughed. "Come warm my bed. Why do you have a 6 realms mirrors?" Long Huishan asked directly. Shen Xiang was Xiao Xianglin's disciple, so of course she trusted this little disciple. Previously, she did not understand why Xiao Xianglin would accept such a little disciple, but now it seemed that not only was his consciousness incomparably strong, he also had many secrets. "I told you, I am the true master of the Green Dragon Demon Slayer. All the world-defying stage ancestral tools are mine." After Shen Xiang finished speaking, he took out the 6 realms mirrors again. The 6 realms mirrors was like a little fairy floating beside Shen Xiang and even floating in front of him. Through the mirror, Long Huishan could see her beautiful face. 6 realms mirrors makes me even more beautiful. Long Huishan stared at himself in the mirror and couldn't help but touch his own face. "I will break the seal, and then let the dragon's soul kill the group of bat demon dragons, as well as the few demon spirits that are following us." Shen Xiang said, "Can you handle it by yourself?" Long Huishan suddenly felt that she was so useless. She had experienced many great battles and killed countless enemies each time. However, she had never felt more like a good-for-nothing than now. "Yes, I originally planned to come here myself. Since this has happened, I will take the dragon's soul." Shen Xiang said, "Who the hell are you?" Long Huishan stared at Shen Xiang and couldn't help but want to touch his face, but she immediately resisted the urge. Shen Xiang immediately got up from the bed and distanced himself from Long Huishan. He was afraid that the Ice Dragon Empress would bite his face. Shen Xiang was extremely confident in taking away the dragon soul. What about now? Long Huishan didn't know what to do, because this was not her field of expertise. What she was best at was fighting, but facing that group of bat demon dragons. Even if she was very good at fighting, it was useless. She couldn't beat him at all. "I've used up a lot of my consciousness. I'm very tired. I want to sleep. Quickly warm my bed." Shen Xiang said, "Oh right, I still need to take a bath. Do you have a place to take a bath here?" Long Huishan curled his lips and said, all right, who asked you to save me? Then I'll be your servant right now. You're not my servant. You're my beautiful and noble sister Long. Shenxiang laughed. I'm really tired. Long Huishan immediately went to prepare hot water for him. In her small house, everything was complete, and there was even a very large bath. Hurry up and wash, Long Huishan urged. After washing up, it's my turn. That damn bat poison. I want to wash it clean. No need to go through so much trouble. Let's wash together. Shenxiang had already entered the water. Chapter 3877. Bat Demon Dragon Emperor and the others had been arranged to guard this seal for many years, and had also tried to break this seal before. Thus, over the years, he had a very deep feeling of how powerful this seal was. Although he did not know how Shenxiang and Long Huishan managed to get in, from his point of view, if such a powerful dragon soul could not break out after being sealed for so many years, then Shenxiang and Long Huishan would definitely not be able to come out. Shenxiang laid on the bed to rest. He was really tired and was sleeping soundly. Long Huishan had originally planned to accompany Shenxiang in the room, but as long as she saw Shenxiang's handsome face, she couldn't help but want to pinch it. The moment her hand touched Shenxiang's face, she would have a headache, so she could only walk out of the room and go outside. When Bat Demon Dragon Emperor saw Long Huishan coming out, he laughed sinisterly. Ice Dragon Empress, what are you and that brat doing inside? Long Huishan only glared fiercely at Bat Demon Dragon Emperor. She really hoped that Shenxiang would have a way to kill this disgusting thing later. Don't worry, even if we die, we won't die in your hands. Long Huishan was much calmer now. At least he wouldn't die miserably in the hands of this group of Bat Demon Dragon. Right now, what she was more concerned about was Shenxiang. Shenxiang had the 6 realms mirrors in his hands, although he could control it now, and there was no evil chi. However, the fact that the 6 realms mirrors was a peerless weapon was already deeply ingrained in many people's minds. If anyone knew that he could control the 6 realms mirrors, they would definitely treat him as a peerless demon and chase after him. Therefore, she definitely could not tell anyone about this matter. Even to Xiao Xianglin, she did not plan to say anything more. She guessed that Xiao Xianglin should know as well, but she had to avoid talking about this as much as possible, because the walls had ears. There was also the matter of the dragon soul. Shenxiang had previously said that he could take away the dragon soul, and he still had to go and get the green dragon demon slayer. It was fine if he had the 6 realms mirrors, but if he also had a peerless demon blade, once word got out, Shenxiang might be surrounded and attacked by multiple great emperors. Long Huishan recalled what Xiao Xianglin had said before. She was chasing after the green dragon demon slayer, and it was very likely that she was looking for Shenxiang. She trusted Xiao Xianglin very much, but the Shenxiang that Xiao Xianglin knew was very mysterious. Xiao Xianglin had never mentioned this. Could it be that big sister Xiao just got to know this little brat? Or is it that although this little brat looks like a young man on the surface, this is actually not his true appearance? Could it be that this is big sister Zhao's little lover? Long Huishan could not help but let his imagination run wild. Big sister Zhao's little lover is too fickle. He actually flirted with me in all sorts of ways. Wait, did he see Violet Orchid before? Did she flirt with Violet Orchid? This damn brat, is he Xiao Xianglin's little lover or not? Could he really be big sister Zhao's little disciple? Long Huishan looked at the jade house and really wanted to go over and ask for an explanation. Suddenly, a commotion broke out among the group of bat demon dragons, because a few new devil spirits had arrived. The new generation of devil spirits could become exactly the same as humans. Without checking their Tao seed, it was very difficult to discover them. As for the ancient devil spirits, like this group of bat demon dragons, they could not transform into humans. The most powerful thing about the new devil spirits was that even the ancient devil spirits were unable to recognize them. Therefore, The group of bat demon dragons all surrounded them at this moment. Seniors, we are all the same. The leader of the new devil spirits was a middle-aged man with a gentle face. He wore neat white clothes and had a hearty smile on his face. Same? Who is the same as you? As the bat demon dragon emperor spoke, he was about to attack. However, just as he stretched out his claw, the middle-aged man's arm suddenly expanded and turned into a huge tiger arm. The golden tiger claw caught the bat demon dragon emperor's bat-like claw. The most terrifying thing was that the evil devil blood chi on the middle-aged tiger devil spirit was a little stronger than the bat demon dragon emperor. You! The bat demon dragon emperor was shocked and quickly retracted his hand. Many of the bat demon dragons cried out in alarm. They had not left this place for a long time, so they naturally did not know what was going on outside. Chapter 3878. Shen Xiang did not know what was going on outside, and Long Huishan was not in a hurry to tell Shen Xiang either. Long Huishan knew that Shen Xiang's consciousness was very strong, but his cultivation was still too low. If he consumed it for a long time, he would definitely be very tired and need to rest. She hoped that Shen Xiang would be able to get enough rest. Only then would he be able to collect the dragon soul. In her opinion, if she wanted to tame the dragon soul, she would need a strong consciousness. She took out the communication array disc and tried to contact Xianglin a few times, but to no avail. After entering the depths of the heavenly devil abyss, it was equivalent to entering a space. When she first came down, she met Shen Xiang. At that time, she was still able to contact Xianglin, but after seeing the dragon soul, she was unable to. The tiger devil spirit was still talking to the bat devil dragon emperor. Long Huishan held the sword in her hand tightly. She was not confident that she could defeat these two Lord-level devil spirits. Not to mention the tiger devil spirit, the poison of the bat devil dragon emperor was very terrifying. If not for Shen Xiang saving her and curing her, she would have died long ago. What made Long Huishan feel at ease was that although Shen Xiang's cultivation was very low, his ability to escape was top-notch. If it was really dangerous, she would be willing to sacrifice herself and let Shen Xiang leave alive. She would rather die than watch Shen Xiang die. Although she had just met him, she already owed him a life. If I follow your boss, can he guarantee our safety? Also, we all have curses in our bodies, so we can't worship another boss. Bat Devil Dragon Emperor asked. It could be seen that he really wanted to rely on them, but there were many restrictions. I said before, times have changed. The curse in your bodies can be easily dealt with. What we have now is a soul contract, which is much more powerful than a curse. The tiger devil spirit laughed. Don't worry, my boss will definitely protect you. All right then, it's a deal. But you must leave the Ice Dragon Empress to me. It's best if you don't hurt her. I really can't bear for this kind of beauty to die too quickly, ha ha ha. Bat Devil Dragon Emperor laughed wildly. He really couldn't do anything to Long Huishan. If this continued, Long Huishan would at most be killed by the dragon soul, and he wouldn't be able to take revenge on Long Huishan. The tiger demon spirit nodded and said with a smile, Seniors, you can just watch from the outside. Taking her down is a piece of cake. The group of bat demonic dragons were a little skeptical, but seeing how confident the tiger demonic spirit was, they were also skeptical. They were very clear that Long Huishan, the Ice Dragon Empress, was still very strong. Back then, she had caused Bat Devil Dragon Emperor to suffer a huge loss. The tiger demon spirit walked towards Long Huishan. Long Huishan was still inside the enchantment. She held the ice dragon sword tightly in her hands and couldn't help but become nervous. Ice Dragon Empress, I know you are very unfamiliar with me, but you must be very familiar with my boss. As the tiger demon spirit spoke, it took out a very large round bead from its storage magic treasure. This round bead was half the height of a human and floated in front of the tiger devil spirit. There were many mystical patterns on the inside, and it seemed to be full of mysteries. It gave off a very mysterious and powerful feeling. Who's your boss? Long Huishan asked coldly, one of the 5 celestial lords. A smile appeared on the tiger demon spirit's face. Long Huishan's face was filled with shock. One of the 5 sky sovereigns? Impossible! How could the supreme Empyrean and you? Long Huishan didn't continue after saying this. This world is not as simple as you think, and the 5 sky sovereigns are not as righteous as you think. The tiger demon spirit laughed. Do you see this thing in front of me? Not only can it bring me into the seal, it can also collect the dragon's soul. Long Huishan felt as if his worldview had collapsed because of the legendary 5 sky sovereigns. One of them actually had a sky demon under his command. The appearance of the heavenly devil abyss and why the evil demon spirit covered the 10 great worlds had always been a mystery. However, for many years, every time the evil demon spirit was about to destroy the 10 great worlds, a few mysterious experts would jump out and repel the evil demon spirit. They were called Empyreans. In order to thank these Empyreans, many powers in the 10 great worlds respected them and would often offer them some treasures. The large bead in front of the tiger demon spirit gradually pushed forward and had already touched the barrier created by the seal. Chapter 3879. Just a moment ago, the tiger demon spirit looked insufferably arrogant and invincible. But now, as he watched that powerful bead being taken away, his expression was as ugly as eating feces. He had relied on this pearl to enter the seal, and if he wanted to leave, he had to rely on this pearl as well. The most frightening thing was that this pearl was also the only way to take away the dragon's soul. He really didn't expect that the bead would mysteriously fly away. This was his most powerful trump card. Inside this seal, the tiger demon spirit could only fight Long Huishan alone. Long Huishan knew that Shen Xiang would make a move, but he did not expect that he would actually snatch away someone else's life-saving talisman. She suddenly felt that Shen Xiang was even more handsome. He was always at the most critical moment, fiercely poking at the most fatal part of the enemy. Long Huishan sneered complacently. The tiger demon spirit's expression, which was as if he had eaten shit, made her feel extremely comfortable from head to toe. She wished that she could immediately kiss Shen Xiang's face. Don't be complacent. If I were to fight with my life on the line, the 2 of you wouldn't have it easy either. The tiger demon spirit forced himself to calm down and laughed out loud. Do you think that you can defeat me just because you stole the treasure bestowed by the Sky Sovereign? You are wrong. My own strength is very strong. Sister Long, I'll leave the rest to you. I really can't fight. Shen Xiang's voice came from inside the house. Don't worry. I have no problem dealing with this sick cat. Long Huishan had already rushed over. The tiger demon spirit cursed in his heart. Right now, he could only brace himself and fight to the death with Long Huishan. One had to know that there were still Bat, Demon, Dragon Emperor, and the others watching outside. Furthermore, the few subordinates that the tiger demon spirit had brought were not only here to help him, but also to monitor him so that he wouldn't act recklessly. If the tiger demon spirit did not defeat Long Huishan, then he would be finished today. He was a demon emperor of the abyss. Although he was not famous, as long as he completed this mission and obtained the recognition of the Sky Sovereign, he would be able to make a name for himself very quickly. Long Huishan had started to cultivate the way of the dragon, and her ice dragon blood chi gave the tiger demon spirit a lot of pressure. The battle inside the seal was extremely intense, and Long Huishan was also rather worried because Shen Xiang was still resting in that house. The tiger demon spirit was very cunning. It kept staring at the house, wanting to ambush Shen Xiang. Shen Xiang, who was inside the house, was using the 6 realms mirrors to erase the consciousness inside the bead. This bead was a good magic treasure. These Empyreans are quite capable to be able to create such a thing. Shen Xiang studied it for a while. He wasn't proficient in magical equipment, but if he wanted to control this orb, it wouldn't be difficult. Not long after, Shen Xiang erased the consciousness within the pearl. This pearl was now his. The tiger demon spirit was not weak, and Long Huishan had just been poisoned not long ago, so it was still rather strenuous for him to face this tiger demon spirit. Just as the tiger demon spirit and Long Huishan were fighting intensely, Shen Xiang suddenly controlled the orb to fly out and rush towards the tiger demon spirit at an extremely fast speed. He originally wanted to attack the orb, but he was worried that it would be damaged. After all, it was given to him by the Sky Sovereign, and he still had to return it to the Sky Sovereign. Furthermore, he still had to use the orb to take away the dragon's soul, so he subconsciously hesitated. Just as he was hesitating, his body was sent flying by the orb. His strength was on par with Long Huishan's, but because of this carelessness, he was stabbed dozens of times by Long Huishan in an instant. After the tiger demon spirit was heavily injured, Long Huishan did not let him go. He continued to attack ferociously, and in a few moves, chopped off the tiger demon spirit's head, and then cut his body into 8 pieces. Bat Demon Dragon Emperor's scalp went numb when he saw this, because the tiger demon spirit strength was on par with his. But he died in front of him, just like that. The few subordinates that the tiger demon spirit brought wanted to run, but they were stopped by the group of Bat Demon Dragons. They were stopped. Bat Demon Dragon Emperor did not wish for news of this place to spread, because he wanted to settle this matter. Otherwise, if his boss found out, he would definitely suffer. I'll let you pretend. Long Huishan stepped on the tiger demon spirit's head and spat. When the tiger demon spirit had entered the seal, he had received the admiration of the group of Bat Demon Dragons. However, not long after, his head was chopped off. The orb had also returned to Xinxiang. Bat Demon Dragon Emperor was suddenly worried, because he could see that the orb was already under his control. The dragon's soul was originally blood red in color, but now it had turned cyan inside. Furthermore, there was even a golden glow surging out. Originally, the dragon's soul was filled with a ruthless demonic aura, but now it was being purified bit by bit. Chapter 3880. The seal was broken just like that, causing the Bat Demon Dragon Emperor to be completely dumbfounded. Just where did that young man come from? He was actually able to make them, the experts, suffer defeat time and time again. He, the Bat Demon Dragon Emperor, and the Tiger Demon Spirit were both strong of Lord Stage. However, in front of a young man like Shen Xiang, they were played around like chickens. Roar! The dragon's soul roared again and again, and the evil blood color on its body was broken through, transforming into the form of an azure dragon. The slaughtering scarlet dragon continues to accompany me in its new form. Shen Xiang could feel a sense of familiarity. Every time the dragon's soul roared, it would release an extremely powerful divine sense, transforming into waves of shock waves that struck the group of Bat Demon Dragon. Long Huishan was by Shen Xiang's side, so she was not affected. Not only did the dragon's soul possess a special type of powerful divine sense, the power on its body seemed to be able to naturally restrain these evil creatures. The strong light it emitted shone on the demon spirit's body, causing their bodies to emit black mist, as if they were being burned. Roar! 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 The group of Bat Demon Dragon Emperor let out all sorts of unpleasant roars. They all transformed into their true forms and turned into gigantic Bat Demon Dragoness, wanting to attack the dragon's soul. The gigantic dragon's soul suddenly danced and roared as it rushed towards the group of Bat Demon Dragon-S. The Bat Demon Dragon attacked the dragon's soul, but it had no effect at all because the dragon's soul did not have a physical body. As for the power of the dragon's soul, it caused a lot of damage to the souls of these evil creatures. In just a short while, the group of Bat Demon Dragon-S all turned into human forms and fell to the ground. Sister Long, let's go. Shen Xiang shouted. He also released the 6 realms mirrors and let Long Huishan stand on it. Shen Xiang controlled the 6 realms mirrors to fly over, and the dragon's soul entered the divine mirror. Because of the entry of the dragon's soul, A large number of killing arrays inside the divine mirror were activated, releasing bursts of dragon-shaped lightning that could paralyze the group of Bat Demon Dragoness. Following that, Long Huishan went on a killing spree. The large ice sword in her hand became extremely agile in her hands, dancing in a spiral like a stirring knife, crazily harvesting the lives of the group of Bat Demon Dragoness. Not long after, the group of Bat Demon Dragoness were all killed, and the few subordinates brought by the Tiger Demon Spirit were all killed by Long Huishan. The dragon's soul was once again released by Xinxiang. The dragon's soul was devouring the evil souls of the evil spirit creatures and then purifying them. Long Huishan looked at the corpses all over the ground and started to clean them up. She never thought that this incomparably terrifying dragon soul would actually become so docile at this moment, and even turned into a very small green dragon that coiled around Xinxiang's arm and finally drilled into the Six Realms mirrors. "We have to get out of here, quickly." After Long Huishan finished packing up, he urged Xinxiang to quickly take her away. She was worried that more evil devil creatures would rush over, and Xinxiang might be very tired right now. Xinxiang released the Six Realms mirrors, and they immediately rode the Six Realms mirrors out of the heavenly devil abyss. Coming to the ground, Xinxiang landed on a mountaintop. "Sister Long, do you want to return to Hundred Flowers World or go somewhere else?" Xinxiang held onto Long Huishan's hand and suddenly felt a little reluctant to part with her. Although Long Huishan cultivated the Ice Dragon inheritance, her hands were very warm and soft. "Of course, I want to return to Hundred Flowers World. I want to tell my sisters about those sky sovereigns." Long Huishan said, "Can you accompany me more? I'm very weak. I need protection." Xinxiang hugged Long Huishan's arm. Long Huishan shook him off and curled his lips. "You still need protection? That Bat Demon Dragon Emperor and Tiger Demon Spirit's corpses haven't even turned cold, and you're already saying such words? They will die with their eyes wide open." Although the two Lord-level devil spirits were killed by Long Huishan, the main reason was still Xinxiang. Otherwise, even two Long Huishan wouldn't be able to kill them. "Elder sister Xiao will come find you. I'll go back to Hundred Flowers World to deal with those corpses and come back to find you." Long Huishan opened his mouth, looking like he wanted to bite him, and laughed. "I also can't bear to part with you. Next time I will definitely bite your little face. You haven't warmed my bed yet." Xinxiang held Long Huishan's jade hands with both hands and gently rubbed them. "Damn brat, men and women are not allowed to touch each other. If you weren't elder sister Zhao's little disciple, I would have already chopped off your hand." Long Huishan laughed as he shook off Xinxiang's hand. Chapter 3881. There's no need for us to go out. Let him enter the forbidden area. Even if something happens, we'll deal with it in the forbidden area. No one will know about it, Marquis Xingyan said. "Young Master Xin, please hide near us." Xinxiang agreed. He could see that Marquis Xingyan was getting bolder. If Black Bat really wanted to make a move, they would join forces and kill him. Black Bat was a human king by the third prince's side. Perhaps he was even sent by the Empire to protect him. If Black Bat was killed, the consequences would be dire. Xinxiang had already hidden himself. He would listen in on Marquis Xingyan's conversation at all times. Black Bat was invited into the luxurious living room. Marquis Xingyan, Black Flame, and Uncle Li were already waiting in the living room. There was a bat hanging upside down from Black Bat's arm. Clearly this was his flying mount. It was also a human king-level evil creature. Xinxiang had mentioned it to Marquis Xingyan and the others before. "Marquis, long time no see. How have you been?" Black Bat said with a smile. Although he looked middle-aged, he gave off the feeling of an elder. "Not bad. I can eat and sleep well." Marquis Xingyan said with a smile, "Lord Black Bat, what brings you here?" "I heard that Bai Yanqing's daughter is engaged to your eldest grandson, Yi Wuqing?" Black Bat asked. "It's been annulled. Marquis Xingyan pretended to be puzzled. He sighed and said they annulled the engagement. I don't know why. Although Yi Wuqing is a man of few words and doesn't smile much, he's a good child. He's quite talented. Although Blackbat already knew, he still pretended to be shocked. After a moment of shock, he laughed. Marquis Xingyan frowned when he saw Blackbat laughing. Lord Blackbat, is this funny? Marquis Xingyan asked. Marquis, you're really lucky. As the governor of Starfire City, Bai Yanqing should be loyal to the Great Yan Empire. Who knew he would betray Great Yan and make an enemy of the third prince of the Great Yan imperial family? Now he and his daughter are wanted criminals, Blackbat said as he took out 2 wanted posters. The posters had portraits of Bai Yanqing and Bai Su drawn on them. They were colorful and very realistic. Shen Xiang, who was hiding behind a door in the living room, was also secretly surprised. He didn't expect the third prince to act so quickly. This was just as he had guessed. The royal family had given up on Bai Yanqing. If he didn't cooperate with the third prince, it would be seen as a betrayal. Bai Yanqing had already gone to the Emperor's city, but the result was that he was treated as a fugitive. Right now, he was on the run with his daughter. Sigh, I didn't expect Governor Bai to be such a person. Marquis Xingyan sighed. Marquis, I heard that you've had some difficulties recently. I can show you the way, Blackbat said. Thank you, Lord Blackbat. Starflame Duke pretended to be very happy as he quickly cupped his fists and bowed. Your granddaughter, Yi Huahua, shouldn't be engaged yet, right? To tell you the truth, my master, the third prince, has encountered some problems in his cultivation recently. There is a bottleneck that he can't overcome. If Yi Huahua and my master can become husband and wife and help him, then the Marquis will be master's great benefactor. Blackbat laughed and said, This is an excellent opportunity. Marquis Xingyan is furious in his heart. His most beloved granddaughter is now being targeted by the third prince. He knows that those people from the royal family cultivate evil devil Dao. Any woman who is used as a cultivation tool by them will be ravaged miserably. And these things are rarely spread outside because the royal family will use all their power to keep this matter a secret. Usually the families of women targeted by the royal family, they are all at the same level as Bai Yanqing. Although Bai Yanqing and Marquis Xingyan have high status, they still have a very powerful royal family above them. Only someone of Bai Yanqing's status would be able to raise a daughter who is outstanding in all aspects. Oh, right. I also heard that Huahua was poisoned by devil poison and was cured by a young man called Xinxiang. Is that true? Blackbat asked. After the matter of Xinxiang at the banquet spread out, as long as the elders of the major factions knew a little about it, they would know that he was the one who cured Yi Huahua. And the Yi family has Yi Chang as a spy, so Blackbat knows even more about it. Many thanks for Lord Blackbat's concern. Marquis Xingyan only smiled politely. Chapter 3882. When the Blackbat saw Xinxiang and heard his words, he was very puzzled. What did he mean by meeting again? He had never seen Xinxiang before. Have we met before? Blackbat asked. He was not afraid of Xinxiang at all, because, in his opinion, this young man could only cure the poison at most, and would not be able to defeat a human king, rancor like him. Blackbat had never heard of a teenager being able to defeat a human king. Lord Blackbat is truly forgetful. We met not long ago. Lord Blackbat, please think about it. Xinxiang laughed. Blackbat suddenly felt that this youth was a little interesting, because he was not afraid of him, Lord Blackbat, at all. He only thought that Xinxiang did not know that he was the human king, which was why he was so calm. We really haven't met before. Blackbat really thought about it. Ah. All right, it's all my fault for being a nobody and not being remembered by the Lord. Xinxiang sighed in disappointment. Young Master Xin, please give me some hints. Blackbat really wanted to know when he had seen this youth. Xinxiang was very handsome, if this kind of appearance was seen by the old nannies in the royal family. they would definitely snatch him back to warm their beds. Therefore, toward Shen Xiang's face, Black Bat believed that as long as he saw it once, he would definitely have a deep impression of it. He would definitely not forget such a handsome young man. Let me think. How can I make Lord Black Bat remember? Shen Xiang thought for a while, then suddenly released the 6 realms mirrors. The 6 realms mirrors suddenly flew to the top of Black Bat's head and grew bigger. The huge mirror faced the ground and emitted a burst of golden light, forming a seal that enveloped Black Bat. Black Bat was immediately shocked because he could feel that this seal was very strong to actually be able to trap him. Shen Xiang immediately began to detoxify the Starflame Marquis and the others. His 6 realms mirrors would not be able to hold on for long. The 6 realms mirrors' ability was greatly related to his cultivation. His cultivation was not strong enough, so the power it produced was limited. Fortunately, the 6 realms mirrors had the dragon's soul inside. From time to time, the dragon's soul would surge out a powerful consciousness and attack Black Bat's soul. "It's you. You're the one who saved Bai Yanqing and Bai Su." Black Bat recalled. His heart was filled with shock. Such a powerful young man shouldn't be a nobody. To be able to casually send out such a powerful thing. Just where did this guy come from? "Who are you?" Black Bat frantically attacked the barrier while shouting in panic. If Shen Xiang were to really help Starflame Marquis and the rest detoxify the poison, then Black Bat would definitely be doomed today. "I am Shen Xiang. Don't you know me, Lord Black Bat?" Shen Xiang laughed. He had already helped Duke Xing Yan detoxify. Xing Yan Ho immediately took out a large blade from his storage pouch. Black Bat was shocked once again. Shen Xiang had detoxified the poison so quickly. This was because even if he wanted to detoxify this poison, he would need several hours. Who was this young man? What was his background? Black Bat's heart was filled with fear. Such a terrifying youth definitely had a powerful elder behind him, or even a powerful force. Black Bat had followed the 3rd prince for many years. In the great Yan Empire, he had seen all kinds of young elites. However, this was the first time he had seen someone as powerful as this young man in front of him, especially that ability to detoxify the devil poison. It was simply a divine skill. In just a few moments, Shen Xiang had already detoxified the devil poison for Starflame Marquis and the rest. Then he took out the orb that he had taken from the Bat Demon Dragon Emperor. Seeing this orb, Black Bat's body trembled because he knew that this thing was very dangerous. "You can't kill me," Black Bat roared. "If you kill me, the 3rd prince will not let you off. Your Yi family will be razed to the ground immediately." "I didn't say I was going to kill you. It's not good to kill people." Shen Xiang laughed. "We just want to capture you." Chapter 3883. Bai Su did not come alone. She was accompanied by a hunchbacked old man. When Uncle Li went out to receive Bai Su, he could tell with a glance that the hunchbacked old man beside her was Bai Yanqing in disguise. Bai Yanqing wore a human skin mask and disguised himself as the hunchbacked old man, while Bai Su disguised herself as a middle-aged woman. Now that they were wanted, they still dared to enter Meteor Trail City. This meant that they had decided to side with the Starflame Duke. They could have fled far away. With their abilities, they were not afraid that they would not be able to find a backer. However, they took the risk and returned to Meteor Trail City to side with the Starflame Duke. They must be thinking of revenge and going against the imperial family. Bai Yanqing was usually cautious and did not dare to make risky decisions. However, now that they had sided with the Starflame Duke, there was a huge risk involved. First, they might be betrayed by the Starflame Duke. Even if they were not betrayed, they might still be destroyed by the Empire if they joined the Starflame Duke. Bai Yanqing and Bai Su were invited to the living room in the Forbidden Zone. When they entered, they saw Black Bat kneeling on the ground with a pained expression on his face. Shen Xiang, on the other hand, was sitting in a chair beside him, drinking tea and watching Black Bat endure the pain. Black Bat would not submit, so quickly. He would have to be tortured for some time before he would be completely loyal to Xinxiang. Bai Yanqing and Bai Su were shocked when they saw Black Bat's wretched state. Black Bat was a powerful servant of the third prince, and yet he was kneeling on the ground and being tortured to the point where he wished he was dead. I was right, wasn't I? The great Yan imperial family has never treated you as humans. You are not even a fart in their eyes, Xinxiang said. Although his words were harsh, Bai Yanqing and Bai Su did not refute him. They had experienced it firsthand. Bai Yanqing, my contributions to the great Yan Empire are much greater than yours. Yet they want to kill me. The Starflame Duke said, Don't overestimate the imperial family. They're heartless. I've experienced it firsthand. Bai Yanqing said, Marquis, please take care of me and my daughter from now on. Were you followed when you came here? Black Flame frowned and said, My subordinates just sent a message over saying that there's a small team sent by the imperial family that is currently rushing over to the Yi residence. Bai Yanqing and Bai Su's expressions changed greatly. We are already being very careful. Bai Yanqing felt guilty. If he really lured that team here, it would bring a lot of trouble to the Yi family. Don't worry, we will find a way to deal with it. Duke Xingyan quickly comforted Bai Yanqing. No matter what, he had to protect Bai Yanqing today. It's better for us father and daughter to leave the Yi residence immediately. I can't let you guys get hurt. Bai Yanqing looked at the tortured Black Bat. If the royal family saw this scene, the Yi family would be finished. Don't worry, they should be coming for Sir Black Bat. Xinxiang suddenly smiled and said, Don't you think so, Sir Black Bat? Black Bat nodded quickly. He had been tortured until his face was full of fear. His heart was gradually becoming obedient. He no longer dared to have any thoughts of disobeying Xinxiang. Once he had the slightest thought, he would be in great pain. He was just not used to it before, but after being tortured by continuous pain, he quickly adapted and was now in the mood. Master, that team is only here to check on my condition. The third prince said that if I don't return for too long, he will send people over. Black Bat knelt on the ground and bowed to Xinxiang. Master, from today onwards, Black Bat is your loyal dog. Bai Yanqing and Bai Su were dumbfounded. They thought that Duke Xingyan and the others were going to torture Black Bat to interrogate him. They didn't expect that Black Bat would be so willing to be Xinxiang's dog. He finally understood what method Xinxiang used to make Black Bat so obedient. If you return to the third prince's side, it will be considered that Yi Huahua has joined the 100 Flowers Paradise. After Xinxiang finished speaking, he looked at Bai Su and said, And Miss Bai Su, she is also a member of the 100 Flowers Paradise. Let's see what he will do next. Master, pretending to be a disciple of the 100 Flowers Paradise is not good, especially if the 100 Flowers Paradise finds out they will be hostile. Black Bat quickly reminded. Chapter 3884. Yi Huahua. Bai Su and Linya were all famous beauties in the city, especially Bai Su's beauty. Not only was she one of the best in the Supreme Immortal School, it was said that she was one of the best in the entire Great Yan Empire's younger generation. That was why she was targeted by the third prince. It was not only the third prince who had been watching her for a long time. The people in the Supreme Immortal School, or even the imperial family, were all thinking of ways to capture her. When the three of them arrived at Yan Xiaolin's living room, they couldn't help but be stunned when they saw Yan Xiaolin. This was because no matter if it was Yan Xiaolin's temperament or beauty, they were all incomparably stunning. They were often touted as rare beauties, but at this moment they all felt that compared to Yan Xiaolin, they lacked that kind of temperament and mature charm. When Yan Xiaolin saw the three beautiful young women that Xinxiang had brought, he didn't know why, but he actually felt a little jealous. You little scoundrel, why are you only here now? I've been looking for you for a long time. Yan Xiaolin was dressed in a purple dress that was incomparably noble, but at the moment, she was like a spoiled young girl. She walked in front of Xinxiang and twisted Xinxiang's ear. Sister Zilan, aren't I here now? Xinxiang immediately grabbed Yan Xilan's gentle jade hand and comforted her. Bai Su and the others were all stunned, because Xinxiang was actually so familiar with this beauty of the 100 Flowers world. To be able to make such physical contact and tease each other, their relationship was definitely not ordinary. I was bullied. You have to help me vent my anger. Can you do it? Yan Xilan pouted coquettishly, then gently rubbed Xinxiang's ears. Her eyes suddenly became charming and gentle. I'll do my best. Xinxiang could also feel that Yan Xilan was in a bad mood just now and laughed. Sister Zilan, who made you unhappy? I'll make him cry. That's good. Seeing your little face, I suddenly feel a lot happier. Yan Xilan really wanted to pinch Xinxiang's face with both hands, but the moment she touched it, she would feel a headache, so she could only grit her teeth and endure. Sister Zilan, these three are my friends, and also the disciples that I recruited on behalf of the 100 Flowers world. Xinxiang immediately said, And I've heard. 100 Blossoms world has been keeping an eye on them. Yan Xilan walked over with a gentle smile, and then touched Linnea and the others' faces, causing them to lower their heads with a blush. From now on, you are disciples of the 100 Flowers realm. How about we stay in 100 Flowers Tower for now? The next time I return to the 100 Flowers realm, I'll bring you along. Yan Xilan was very satisfied with the three of them and said with a smile, Thank you, Sister Zilan. Bai Su quickly thanked her. Sister Zilan, I was originally a disciple of the Starfire sect. Can I also go to the 100 Flowers world? Linnea was a little worried, afraid that the Starfire sect would find trouble with her. I'm also from the Starfire school. Yi Huahua also nodded. I haven't left the Starfire school yet. A small sect. What's there to worry about? Yan Xilan laughed. With Sister Zilan here, they won't dare to do anything. Xinxiang said again, Bai Su is wanted. I know about this, it's no big deal. As long as he's in the 100 Flowers Tower, even if the Heavenly Flame Emperor comes, he can't do anything. Yan Xilan said heroically. Linnea and the others were even more curious about Xinxiang's background. Although they knew that he had a very powerful master, they never thought that he would be able to easily make the 100 Flowers world accept them as disciples. Furthermore, Xinxiang had a very good relationship with a strange girl like Yan Xilan. Bai Su and the others had all stayed in big sects before, so they could all feel that Yan Xilan was a very strong woman, and was most likely at the human king level. With Yan Xilan's guarantee, Linnea and the other two were much more at ease, and immediately thanked Yan Xilan. Sister Zilan, you're so powerful. Who can bully you and make you so angry? Xinxiang asked. You have something to say to me. Is it to help you vent your anger? Yan Xilan called over a few middle-aged women and told them to arrange for Bai Su to eat. He also gave them some spirit pills to eat and equipment to equip them. Right now, only Xinxiang and Yan Xilan were in the living room. Yan Xilan and Xinxiang sat very close to each other. Yan Xilan supported her cheeks with her jade-like hands as she stared at Xinxiang's handsome face without blinking. Where did you go before? Yan Xilan asked very seriously. Our 100 Flowers Tower spies discovered that you secretly left the city. I saw Sister Long Huishan. Xinxiang laughed. I'll go with her. Chapter 3885. My beautiful Sister Xilan, is such a small matter bothering you? It can't be, right? Xinxiang knew it was a very simple method when he heard it. Someone is going to die. Besides, we didn't find anything wrong with that person. There's a lot of medicinal power left in his body. This can be proven. Yan Xilan said gloomily, Those bastards from Great Yan's Pill Palace are always looking for trouble with us. Xinxiang had a rough understanding. It was an old woman from the Great Yan Pill Hall. In order to prevent the 100 Flowers Tower from doing business, She found someone to eat the spirit pills sold by the 100 Flowers Tower and caused a huge problem. 100 Flowers Tower couldn't find any other problems with that person. But Great Yan's Pill Palace had evidence to prove that the problem was caused by that person eating the spirit pills of 100 Flowers Tower. First, we have to save that person and wake him up. Xinxiang said, that person is still in 100 Flowers Tower, right? Even if we wake that guy up, we can't get rid of the suspicion on 100 Flowers Tower. That guy was hired by Great Yan's Pill Palace. We've checked that person's background. He's an assassin from Great Yan's Pill Palace. Yan Xilan said. He can probably live for another 10 days. Great Yan's Pill Palace said that if we can't wake him up in 7 days, they'll take him back. In that case, Great Yan's Pill Palace thinks that you can't wake that assassin up. If they take the assassin back and wake him up, the assassin will be able to say that there's something wrong with your spirit pills again. Xinxiang said. That's right. Even if we can save that assassin, he'll say that there's something wrong with my spirit pills when he wakes up. Yan Xilan sighed and said, this will affect our business, and Great Yan's Pill Palace will take the opportunity to collect a large sum of guarantee fees. Guarantee fees? Xinxiang frowned and said, what's that? It's because my spirit pills are risky, so I have to pay a large sum of money to Great Yan's Pill Palace. Otherwise, we can't do business in Great Yan Empire, and we have to pay that fee every year. This means that most of the profits from selling the spirit pills will eventually go to Great Yan Empire. Yan Xilan was helpless and angry, but there was nothing she could do. Sister Violet Orchid, didn't you need my help? You look like you're in despair. Xinxiang pursed his lips and said, what? Have you decided to give your flesh to the Great Yan Pill Hall? Yan Xilan slammed the table lightly and snorted. Of course, I don't want to cut my flesh. The despicable Great Yan's Pill Hall is the one who does the most evil. On the surface, they said that they wanted to control the alchemists and prevent the alchemists from experimenting on living people. But in reality, they were secretly doing experiments. Not only do they use living people to test their pills, they also use living people to test all kinds of poisons. These despicable people. Then what do you want me to do? Xinxiang had already thought of a way to help Yan Xilan, but he did not tell her immediately. Settling this matter was a piece of cake for Xinxiang. Big sis, Xiao told me to find you. She said you had a way. But what can you do? Yan Xilan's beautiful and mature face was currently fuming with anger, giving off a different kind of flirtatious feeling. She stared at Xinxiang's handsome face, and her hands started to itch. She really wanted to pinch that face. Sister Xilan, you cannot believe me, but you can't not believe Big Sis Xiao. Xinxiang laughed. You're still laughing. Yan Xilan's beautiful face was filled with resentment. She rolled her eyes at Xinxiang. Quickly think of a way to help me. If I help you settle this, will there be any benefits? Xinxiang laughed. This is a very difficult task. I have to get something out of it, right? What do you want? Yan Xilan asked. You always touch my face, so I want to touch yours too. Furthermore, I can touch it whenever I want. Xinxiang laughed. Men and women should not touch each other. No. Yan Xilan decisively rejected and snorted. What a little bad boy! Egg, when you touched me, why didn't you say that men and women should not touch each other? Xinxiang curled his lips and said, I'm not afraid to tell you. Sister Long's mouth even touched my face before. That was indeed the case, but it wasn't a kiss, it was a bite. He would never tell Yan Xilan that he had been bitten on the face by Long Huishan. Otherwise, Yan Xilan would definitely follow suit. All right, I can touch your face, but only if there's no one else around. Also, you have to help me settle this matter. Yan Xilan said, Let me touch it first. Xinxiang had already reached out his hand. Go away, settle this first. Yan Xilan laughed and scolded him as he opened his hand. All right, a deal is struck. Xinxiang laughed sinisterly Sister Xylan, don't you think we're doing some kind of shameful transaction? Little scoundrel, what are you talking about? Yan Xylan gently twisted Xinxiang's ear. We are only improving our relationship. If you weren't Big Sis Zhao's little disciple, I would definitely bite your face. Xinxiang immediately grabbed Yan Xylan's soft little hand and pinched it. Yan Xylan immediately shook it off and snorted. Quickly help me settle this matter. If you can really do it, I won't treat you unfairly. Chapter 3886. Because his heart is being protected. If you don't cut it open, it's hard to find out what's going on inside the heart. It's filled with a very strange medicinal power. It should be that kind of medicinal power that just happened to conflict with the medicinal power of the blood origin pill. This guy's brain also has a strange medicinal power that can cause him to enter a half-dead state of unconsciousness. It seems like the great Yan Dan Palace wants to harm you guys, so they carefully packaged this killer like this. Xinxiang said, This. How did you see through it? Yan Xylan could not believe it. This is my innate ability. Xinxiang laughed. Sister Xylan, I will wake this guy up now. Wait, after waking him up, he will definitely slander our blood origin pill. Yan Xylan hurriedly said. Don't worry, I will teach him a lesson. Xinxiang chuckled. Sister Xylan, do you believe me? Even if I don't believe you, I have to believe Big Sister Xiao. She said you can take care of it, so I can only believe you. Yan Xylan said, All right, wake him up. Sister Xylan, you have to protect me. I'm very weak. Xinxiang pretended to be weak and helpless. I know, I will definitely protect you. Yan Xylan was also very vigilant at the moment. Of course, she had to protect Xinxiang. If she knew that Xinxiang had killed 2 devil emperors in the heavenly devil abyss, she would definitely pinch Xinxiang's waist. Sister Xylan, what's your cultivation level now? Xinxiang rubbed his fists, preparing to show off his skills. Many people think that I am the human king, but I have already surpassed the human king level. Yan Xylan said indifferently, However, I have been stuck in the Taoist realm for many years. I have no idea how to break through. Yan Xylan was also a great emperor, so Xinxiang was not surprised by this. If she did not have this cultivation level, then she would have lived for 100,000 years in vain. Big Sister Empress Xylan, prepare to protect me. I'm going to wake this guy up. Xinxiang laughed. Humph, you know that I'm a great emperor, and you're still so cheeky. Yan Xylan was speechless. If other people knew that she had this kind of cultivation, they would definitely respect her. After all, Xiao Xianglin was Xinxiang's master, and Xinxiang himself was very capable. He was so young, but he was already so amazing. What would happen in a few years' time? Xinxiang injected his own blood and qi into the assassin, together with his powerful divine sense. He helped the assassin unblock the medicinal power in his heart and then disperse the medicinal power in the assassin's brain. Soon, the assassin's eyelids trembled, and he slowly opened his eyes. Yan Xylan immediately put on her mask. She did not want her beautiful face to be seen by this despicable tool killer. You're awake. Xinxiang smiled at the assassin. Where is this? The assassin's face turned cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. You're in the hundreds of flowers building. Yan Xylan's voice was bone-chilling, even colder than the ice formation here. As soon as she finished speaking, the terrifying aura enveloped the assassin. The assassin immediately trembled. That murderous aura from before disappeared. He was like a chicken that had seen an eagle. I am the 100 Flowers building master, Yan Xylan said coldly. At this moment, she was as terrifying as the legendary 100 Flowers building master. Legend had it that the 100 Flowers building master was an ice-cold woman. She had the cultivation of a human king and was very terrifying. Yan Xylan was a little regretful. She should have let Xinxiang wear a mask earlier. She also did not want Shen Xiang's face to be seen by this assassin. 100 Flowers Building? It's all your poisonous pills that harmed me. Kill me if you have the guts. The assassin immediately thought of something and shouted, Come on, kill me. The Great Flame Pill Palace will not let you off. This assassin was from the Great Flame Pill Palace. If he was really killed, then the 100 Flowers Building would be even more unclear. Not only would their business be affected, but they would also be cheated by the Great Flame Pill Palace. Did the Great Flame Pill Palace order you to do this? Shen Xiang said with a smile. If Long Huishan saw his smile, she would know that someone was going to be unlucky. You want to slander the Great Flame Pill Palace. The assassin sneered and said, Don't think you can succeed. It was your 100 Flowers Building's poisonous pills that caused me to be seriously injured. I only survived because I was lucky. There's something wrong with your pills, and you're selling them at such a high price. I must let the people of the Great Yan Empire know about this. Sister Xylin, hold him down. Shen Xiang suddenly said, Trust me. Yan Xylin did not know what Shen Xiang was going to do, but she could only trust him now. Whoosh! A powerful blood aura surged out of her body. Under her control, that blood aura was like 2 invisible hands pressing on the assassin's body. Chapter 3887. 100 Flowers Towers Blood Essence Pill is very good. The quality is excellent and the price is moderate. It's the most affordable blood essence pill you can buy in Pride World. The killer quickly said, It's all because of Great Yan's Pill Palace. They forced me to slander 100 Flowers Tower. If I didn't do it, they would kill my whole family. Yan Xylin was completely relieved now. She secretly glanced at Shen Xiang. She did not expect this young man to settle this matter so easily. Now, she wanted to know how Xiao Xianglin found such a young disciple. He was ridiculously talented. Most importantly, he was very handsome. Great Yan's Pill Palace wants to kill your whole family. Is this true? Shen Xiang asked, Since you've acknowledged me as your master, if this is true, I'll save your family. Young Master Shen, this is absolutely true. They didn't kill my whole family directly. Instead, they didn't give them the antidote pill. They forced some poison on my family. Every month, they would detoxify my family. This way, they have me firmly under their control. The killer was heartbroken at this moment. This was because if he could not complete the mission this time, his whole family would die. This Great Yan's Pill Palace is too despicable. Shen Xiang said, Is your family being watched? Or what? Where are they? There's a branch of Great Yan's Pill Palace in Meteor Trail City. It's in a villa near the city lord's mansion. My family does some chores there. That kind of poison can only be detoxified by Great Yan's Pill Palace. I've looked for many alchemists over the years and paid a lot of crystals, but they couldn't detoxify it. Even 100 Flowers Tower's antidote pill can't detoxify it. I bought one before, but it didn't work. The killer secretly glanced at Yan Xylin. Our antidote pill can only detoxify common poisons. Moreover, the antidote pill we sell is very cheap. Do you really think that cheap antidote pill can detoxify hundreds of poisons? Yan Xylin said. As long as they're in Meteor Trail City. Shen Xiang quickly took out a message talisman and contacted Uncle Li and Black Flame, asking them to send someone to pick up the killer. What's your name? Shen Xiang asked. Pei Shang. I've contacted the good people. Bring them to pick up your family later. Then come back here, and I will detoxify them. Shen Xiang said. Young Master Shen, can you really cure it? Pei Shang couldn't believe it. I'm not bragging. In this world-defying stage era, no one knows how to cure poison better than me. Shen Xiang laughed. Yan Xylin was also skeptical about this, because Shen Xiang was indeed able to cure the poison, and his technique was extremely brilliant, and the process was easy and short. The one who came was Black Flame. His injuries had already recovered a lot. He had received a message from the message talisman and roughly knew what Xinxiang wanted him to do. To him, this was a trivial matter. Pei Shang left with Black Flame to pick up his family. Yan Xilin then brought Xinxiang to the living room on the top floor of the 100 Flowers building. She smiled as she poured him tea and fed him some fruits and pastries. That's great. Big Sister Zhao's little disciple can indeed help me settle this matter. Yan Xilin laughed. My handsome and cute little brother Xin, other than knowing how to cure poison, what other aspects are you good at? I'm good in all aspects. Xinxiang laughed. Is that so? Do you know how to concoct pills? Do you know anything about medicinal herbs? Yan Xilin asked. Her main business was the pill business. If she had a little alchemist, it would be of some help. Of course, there were many outstanding female alchemists in the 100 Flowers world. In the world-defying stage era, no one knows more about pills than me. Xinxiang said proudly, Speak. Really, don't look at how low my cultivation is. My understanding of pills far surpasses yours for hundreds of thousands of years. I know, you're also very good at bragging. Yan Xilin laughed. Sister Xilin, let me pinch your cheeks. Xinxiang laughed. You promised me before. Not yet. The matter with the great Yandan Palace has not been completely resolved. I wonder what tricks that old woman will play at that time. Only when the great Yandan Palace no longer finds trouble with you will you be able to resolve the matter. Yan Xilin smiled sweetly. Don't worry, Sister Xilin will do as she says. Sister Xilin, I want to eat a blood origin pill now. I want to take this opportunity to raise my cultivation. Xinxiang said. In the past few days, too many things had delayed his cultivation. He was in a hurry to raise his cultivation. Otherwise, even if he took back the green dragon demon slayer, he wouldn't be able to unleash much of its power. What is your current cultivation level? Yan Xilin was still very cautious about this. She was afraid that she would eat this handsome young man to death. 5th level of the Tao Being realm. I am currently at the stage of refining my bones. Don't laugh at my low cultivation level. I have only cultivated for a few days. Xinxiang sighed. Chapter 3888. Yan Xilin did not detect anything, but it was actually very normal because Xinxiang's body was not an ordinary body to begin with. Perhaps even Xinxiang himself did not know. He only thought that his soul had entered a big tree and then condensed the spirit energy of heaven and earth to reconstruct his body. Actually, his current body could be considered to be born from the heavens and earth. Sister Xilin, are you seriously checking? Xinxiang was a little depressed as he wore his clothes. He kept feeling that Yan Xilin's attention was not on his body. Cough, cough. I really checked very carefully. Maybe Big Sis Xiao did something in your body, so I couldn't detect it. Yan Xilin said somewhat awkwardly, Little brother Xin, I really didn't take advantage of you just now. I hope you didn't. Hurry up and give me the blood origin pill to eat. Xinxiang urged, I really can eat. All right, but I must be by your side. Yan Xilin took out a blood origin pill and gave it to Xinxiang. Xinxiang took it and looked at it, then directly put it into his mouth and ate it. Ah, what are you doing? Yan Xilin shouted. I'm eating blood origin pills. Xinxiang asked with a puzzled face. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? How can you eat spirit pills like this? Yan Xilin said anxiously. If you eat like this, there will be a big problem. Xinxiang was very surprised. The pills from 100,000 years ago were all eaten like this. Quick, spit it out. Yan Xilin panicked and immediately carried Xinxiang. Then he stood on the table and grabbed Xinxiang's feet, causing his head to face the ground. Sister Xilin, quickly put me down, Xinxiang shouted. I've already eaten it. I can't spit it out. Yan Xilin could only place Xinxiang on the table, then place his hand on Xinxiang's abdomen and started to circulate his blood energy. You have to use your own blood energy to nourish the pill. The spirit pill fully absorbs your own blood energy before you swallow it. Only then can you suppress the spirit pill's explosion. Yen Xilin was extremely anxious. Is this how all elixirs are eaten? Shen Xiang did not expect this to happen. He had given the blood qi pills that he had refined to Lin Yuya and Lin Ruhu, but they were fine. Of course, that's how we eat. Otherwise, we'll spoil our bodies. Furthermore, it will also waste spirit pellets. Seeing that Shen Xiang was fine, Yen Xilin became even more suspicious. This was because if someone like Shen Xiang ate it directly, they would feel very uncomfortable. In serious cases, their stomach would explode due to the medicinal energy from the spirit pill. Your stomach hasn't gotten bigger. Yen Xilin kept touching Shen Xiang's stomach. I can't give birth to a child. Why would I want to grow bigger? Shen Xiang laughed. Sister Violet Orchid, you're really making a fuss out of nothing. Yen Xilin was a little angry, then pinched Shen Xiang's waist and rebuked. You scare me to death! Well, this blood origin pill has no effect at all. What a waste! Shen Xiang tried to feel it, but it didn't have any effect. Why is it like this? Shen Xiang rubbed his chin as he pondered. Because you ate it recklessly. Although Yen Xilin was very angry, seeing that Shen Xiang was fine, he was a lot more relieved. You even said that no one knows more about pills than you. Look at you. You don't even know how to eat pills. Are you going to eat them like candy in the future? She was very worried that Shen Xiang's stomach would explode. She still liked Shen Xiang's waist. It looked very easy to pinch. I understand. Shen Xiang immediately understood what was going on. This new world, defying stage universe, had undergone a lot of changes in the past 100,000 years, and the consciousness of the living beings had been greatly suppressed. The control of fire and pill refining required the intervention of divine sense, and the cultivation of fire and pill refining also had a lot to do with divine sense. Therefore, the current alchemist refining pills or concocting medicinal liquids and powders was very different from the 100,000 years ago. The pills that were refined could not be eaten directly. This was not a change in the medicinal ingredients, but rather the flames and consciousness of the alchemist, causing the pills that they refined to have to be nurtured with their own blood energy first. This kind of pill had a very big disadvantage, and that was that the blood energy of the person who ate the pill was different and the way they were nurtured was different, which would cause the effects of the pill to be very different. Some people could not control their blood energy well, or their blood energy was not pure enough. When they went to nurture the pill, it would cause a large amount of the medicinal power in the pill to be lost. Therefore, different people would have different effects after eating it. 100,000 years have passed, and it has degenerated to this extent. Shen Xiang sighed in his heart. He realized that the creatures of the world-defying stage universe were suppressed in all kinds of ways. If they wanted to obtain power, they would be restricted everywhere. Chapter 3889. I was just joking. Look at how anxious you are. What? I've decided that he's your little husband. Don't you want him? If you don't want him, I'll give him to Xian Xian. Xianglin chuckled. Big sister Xiao, why are you so indecent? You are the strongest female emperor of the 100 Flowers world. Can't you be a little more serious? Yen Xilin complained, can your little disciple really refine pills? He doesn't seem to know anything about pills. Just now, he directly ate that pill and didn't even know how to eat it, let alone refine it. Zilan, why don't we make a bet? If my little disciple can refine the blood origin pill, can you marry him? Xianglin laughed. Big sister Xiao, I know that your little disciple is very powerful, okay? I'm not going to bet with you. Yen Xilin laughed. Look after your little disciple. He brought 3 little beauties not long ago, and wants to arrange for them to be in the 100 Flowers world. I met the 3 of them by chance. Shen Xiang hurriedly explained. Shen Xiang, you haven't changed at all. Xianglin laughed. In fact, Yen Xilin had also been arranged to go to the hundreds of Flowers village after knowing Shen Xiang. However, Yen Xiaolin did not remember this matter. Big sister Xiao, where are you? Come and find me quickly, I miss you so much. Shen Xiang urged. I have a lot of things to say to you. Got it, I'll come find you soon. I'm really looking for the green dragon demon slayer. I'm worried that this blade will fall into the hands of the heavenly flame emperor. This blade ran out of the great fire country by itself, and many old fellows are moving out to snatch this blade. Xiao Xianglin sighed. She had already found out from Long Huishan that Shen Xiang had obtained the dragon's soul. All right, master, you must be careful, Shen Xiang warned. Those sky sovereigns are not good people. Don't worry, I know better than you. I have a lot to say to you too. Xiao Xianglin sighed softly. You can be at ease with Zilan. Remember, don't go overboard. There will be serious consequences. Don't bully Violet Orchid and the others, okay? Got it. Shen Xiang understood what Xiao Xianglin meant. He could not let their relationship go too far when Yen Xiaolin and the others were missing their memories. Yen Xiaolin, who was at the side, was confused when she heard this and immediately interrupted. What do you mean he bullied me? How can this little brat bully me? Zilan, this little rascal is so naughty. Xiao Xianglin laughed. All right, I'll continue with my work. You guys get along well. Xiao Xianglin cut off the call. He is indeed a little rascal. We've only known each other for a few days, and you're already trying to take advantage of me. Yen Xiaolin spat lightly. Sister Zilan, when did I ever want to take advantage of you? You're the one who's always touching my face. I just want to touch it back. Shen Xiang curled his lips. Humph. Yen Xiaolin immediately reached out his hand, wanting to pinch Shen Xiang's face, but when he thought about it, he could only retract his hand. Right now, Yen Xiaolin could only trust Xiao Xianglin and order someone to bring over a portion of the blood origin pill's medicinal ingredients. Can you really refine a blood origin pill? Yen Xiaolin poured a cup of fruit juice for Shen Xiang. It was hard for her to imagine that a young man could refine a level 6 spirit pill. Sister Zilan, if I were to refine a blood origin pill, then what level would my talent be in the 10 great heavens and earth? Shen Xiang asked. No matter what, you have to be number 1, right? If you can really refine it, you will definitely be the number 1 young alchemist in the 10 great heavens and earth. Yen Xiaolin said very seriously, as far as I know, the most famous young alchemist is in the Proud World. At the age of 16, he can refine a level 5 spirit pill. So you say, is he at the 6th level of the Tao being realm? Shen Xiang asked, because Yen Xiaolin had just said that his cultivation had to surpass the level of the spirit pellet by 1. No, he is only at the 5th level of the Tao being realm. He refined 25 stage 5 spirit pills and finally succeeded once. That's why he got his name, Yen Xiaolin said. And because of his talent, he became the crown prince of an empire. He was a prince to begin with. Shen Xiang nodded. It's because he's a prince that he has enough resources to try, Yen Xiaolin said. Now you know that it's ridiculous for you to say that refining a level 6 spirit pill is a level 6 spirit pill, right? I think it's very simple, Shen Xiang laughed. In my opinion, it's about the same as rubbing glutinous rice balls. Yen Xiaolin was about to die from anger. She had never seen such an arrogant youth who did not know his place. However, when she thought back to Shen Xiang's ability, she did not dare to deny him too much. After all, Shen Xiang was someone who could easily cure that terrifying devil poison. Furthermore, the methods Shen Xiang used to deal with the assassin Pei Shang were also inconceivable. The medicinal ingredients were quickly brought up. There were a total of 3 boxes, all of which were stored in exquisite jade boxes. It was not an ordinary jade, but a special jade. When the medicinal ingredients were placed inside, it could maintain the activity of the spirit energy within the medicinal ingredients. Just these 3? Shen Xiang opened the box, and with just a casual glance, he knew that the combination of the 3 medicinal ingredients was not the best. Chapter 3890. Shen Xiang followed Yan Xilan to the pharmacy. He had been searching here for half a day before he found a suitable medicinal ingredient. The main ingredient was still the blood ginseng, profound fruit that looked like a blood egg. He only needed one type of supplementary medicine. What kind of medicinal herb is this? Shen Xiang asked. He did not know the name, but he knew that the medicinal properties were very compatible with the blood ginseng, profound fruit. After his rebirth, he had a kind of perception that he did not have before, which was that he could quickly determine the compatibility between medicinal herbs and medicinal herbs. There were still many medicinal herbs in the pharmacy that were compatible with the blood ginseng, profound fruit, but the one with the highest compatibility was the black flower in his hand. This is the Yuxian rose, a very ordinary and cheap medicinal herb. Its main purpose is to remove the yin qi in the human body. Yan Xilan's mind was filled with questions. Are these 2 medicines very compatible? Over the years, the alchemists must have tried many combinations. If they were really compatible, they would have been tested out long ago. The combination in Shen Xiang's eyes was different from the ones in the eyes of the current alchemist. This was because he mainly relied on his consciousness and the vermilion bird azure dragon fire to refine pills. The compatibility, he could sense, was all based on his own situation. This is my own method of refinement. Shen Xiang laughed. Sister Xilan, it's time to witness a miracle. He followed Yan Xilan back to the luxurious suite on the top floor. Do you want a pill refining room? Do you have a pill furnace? Yan Xilan asked. No. Sister Xilan, you must keep the process of me refining pills a secret. Only the people closest to me know the secret. Shen Xiang suddenly said very seriously. When were we very close? Yan Xilan laughed. Didn't I just pinch your face? You are elder sister Zhao's sister, and I am elder sister Zhao's disciple. Of course we are very close, Shen Xiang said. Then let me ask you, if I am in danger, will you save me? Of course, Yan Xilan urged. Hurry up and refine the pill. If you can refine it, I will definitely help you keep it a secret. In the world-defying stage, one cannot refine pills without permission. Otherwise, the great Yandan Hall will come looking for trouble again. She was really curious now. How is Shen Xiang going to refine pills without a pill furnace? Moreover, the blood vitality pill only required 2 sets of herbs. She believed in Xiao Xianglin, so no matter how doubtful she was, she could only hope that Shen Xiang would be able to refine the blood elemental Dan and give her a pleasant surprise. Shen Xiang sat on a chair and drank a cup of fruit juice. Then he placed the blood ginseng profound fruit and the Yu Xian rose in his palms. I'm going to start. After he finished speaking, 2 different colored flames appeared in his palms. They were the azure dragon flame and the vermilion bird flame. The vermilion bird fire refined the blood ginseng, mysterious fruit, and the azure dragon fire refined the dark rose of Hades. Seeing this scene, Yan Xilan was stunned, and immediately opened her eyes wide, because Shen Xiang's 2 flames were extremely terrifying, and they were 2 completely different flames. Generally, alchemists or refiners only cultivated one type of flame. Even if they cultivated 2 types of flames, it would be difficult for them to release 2 types of flames at the same time. However, the 2 flames that Shen Xiang cultivated were not only equally powerful, they could be released at the same time, and they did not repel each other. Younger brother Shen, how did you do it? Yan Xilan asked in shock. She was very sure that this was definitely not taught by Xiao Xianglin, because Xiao Xianglin also did not have this kind of cultivation technique. I was born with it. Shen Xiang laughed. Sister Xilan, if you want to learn, I can't teach you. What, born with it? How could such a thing happen? Yan Xilan found it hard to believe. These medicinal ingredients are a bit difficult to refine. I need some time. Xinxiang took a deep breath and said, My blood energy is too useless. If it was a little higher, it might be even faster. What level is your blood energy? Yan Xilin asked again. She knew that Xinxiang's blood energy was definitely not weak. About 50, Xinxiang said. Chapter 3891. Xinxiang entered a quiet and comfortable room. This was Yan Xilin's training room, and a refreshing orchid fragrance floated in the air. I'll go prepare a few sets of medicinal ingredients. If you have time, refine a few more pills. I want to take them back for my good sisters to try. After Yan Xilin brought Xinxiang into her training room, she said tenderly, It's a piece of cake. Xinxiang laughed. Sister Zilan, can you introduce your good sisters to me as well? Little scoundrel, cultivate well. Yan Xilin rolled his eyes, then walked out and closed the door, going to retrieve the medicinal ingredients. Xinxiang was in the training room eating pills to cultivate. He did not know how much those 3 pills could help him improve, so he had to try it out before he knew. Yan Xilin was no longer worried about Xinxiang. She truly believed that Xinxiang knew more about pills than her. She took out 5 sets of medicinal ingredients from the pharmacy and took out a communication array disc. Xiangyue, Xiangyue, I am a beauty of the moon. Zilan has something important to discuss with you. Yan Xilin shouted to the array disc and then waited for a response. She also looked at the blood origin pill in her hand and really wanted to eat it. However, she knew very well that if she ate it, it would only be a waste. The 6-step spirit pellet had no effect on her. If he wanted to eat it, he would give it to the 6th or 7th level Dao Run Realm disciples of the 100 Flowers world. After a while, a charming voice came from the communication array disc. Aya, what's wrong with Sister Zilan? From the sound of it, it sounds like a young girl yearning for love. Demoness, you're the one yearning for love. When did you come to the Starfire City? Yan Xilin's mature and beautiful face suddenly turned red, because she had also started to suspect herself whether or not she had any strange thoughts about Xinxiang. Fortunately, Hua Xiangyue could not see her face, otherwise he would definitely laugh at her. I'll leave the matters at hand to Mei Yao and set off immediately. We were delayed by some matters in the Heavenly Eternal Empire. Hua Xiangyue sighed. That little crown prince of the Heavenly Eternal Empire has given us a lot of trouble. What happened to that guy? Yan Xilin quickly asked. This was the young genius alchemist of the 10 Great Worlds that she had mentioned before. He was the crown prince of the Heavenly Eternal Empire. You've repeatedly come to compete with our 100 Flowers world in alchemy. We lost. Hua Xiangyue said, This annoying little rascal is too proud and also very cunning. I really want to hammer him to death. You lost? Or Mei Yao? Yan Xilin said in shock. What are you talking about? Are Mei Yao and I that bad? How could we lose to that brat? Hua Xiangyue laughed. Sister Zilan, how is the situation on your side? Have you met your sweetheart? I also have an annoying young man here. Although I hate him, I don't want him to die at all. Instead, you want to protect him. Yan Xilin bit her lips and said, Ayaya, my mature and charming sister Zilan, who is like a ripe red apple, actually fell in love with a young boy? Hua Xiangyue chuckled. Aren't you afraid that others will say that you are an old cow-eating young grass? I don't like him. He has helped me a lot, and he is also very talented. He is much higher than the little crown prince of the Heavenly Eternal Empire. Oh, right, he is also elder sister Zhao's little disciple. Yan Xilin said. What? Elder sister Xiao has a little disciple? When did this happen? How come we didn't know? Hua Xiangyue was very shocked. You can ask her in the future. I confirmed it with elder sister Xiao. Oh, right, that little brother. He's only at the 5th level of the Dao person realm, and he's already very good at refining pills. Lan said. Come quickly, help me appraise his pills. Yen Xylan did not explain the specific process of refining the blood origin pill, because she had promised Xinxiang that she would not speak carelessly unless Xinxiang agreed. Don't worry, I will rush over as soon as possible. I'd like to see what kind of young man my sister Violet Orchid is like. Hua, Shengyue giggled. Sister Zilan, you have to be reserved. You have a lot of people. I'm ignoring you. Yen Xylan's jade face flushed red and pouted. Oh, right. Why did you lose to that little prince? Do you want me to help you get back at him? She suddenly had an idea, to have Xinxiang pretend to be a disciple of the 100 Flowers world, and then go and beat up that little prince. Just make Xinxiang into a girl. This was very easy to do. In her opinion, with Xinxiang's incomparably handsome face, as long as he put on a little makeup, he would definitely be a peerless beauty. However, it would be very difficult to convince Xinxiang. That little prince is very shrewd and might have been taught by his emperor father. He challenged our 100 Flowers world's alchemist. The age limit is below 18, and he also has to check his age. Hua, Shengyue sighed. I have to admit, that little bastard is indeed the most extraordinary young alchemist in the 10 great heaven and earth. Chapter 3892. Yen Xylan was startled, then carefully recalled what happened after he sent Xinxiang to the training room. She left the training room and went to retrieve the medicinal ingredients. Although it took her some time, it wasn't that long. Then, she wanted to contact Hua Shengyue with the communication array. When she started to contact her, she waited for a short while before she responded. She calculated that Xinxiang had not even been in the training room for 2 hours. As for a normal person, even if they were at the 6th level of the Tao Being realm, they would need at least 1 night to refine the 6th level spirit pellet used for cultivation. Xinxiang had only refined 3 pellets in such a short period of time. How did he do it? What's wrong? Xinxiang saw that Yen Xylan was stunned, and then reached out to touch her face. Yen Xylan reacted quickly and immediately opened his hand. You really refined it? Or is there a problem with your pill? Yen Xylan really did not believe that Xinxiang could refine 3-stage 6 spirit pellets in 2 hours. Of course, I can refine the pills quickly. Besides, I'm different from the others. Xinxiang grabbed Yen Xylan's jade hand and laughed. Sister Zilan, quickly bring me to check my blood qi. I have it here. Yen Xylan brought Xinxiang to another room. The walls of this room were very thick, and there were special arrays on them. They were mainly used to isolate the movements of the powerful blood qi, because sometimes Yen Xylan also had to test his own blood qi, or the strength of his own various cultivation techniques. Xinxiang knew that he had improved a lot, and the bones in his arms were gradually turning into bones. Although it was only his arms, it brought him a very strong blood qi. Oh, right, you had 50 stages of blood qi before, right? Eat 3 blood origin pills. If you refine them properly, you can at most raise your blood qi by 6 stages. Yen Xylan said, then closed the door. Xinxiang came to the room and saw a stone table. This testing tool was slightly different from the one Uncle Li had brought him to test. It seemed to be of a higher grade. Come, put your hand on it, and then circulate your blood qi to release it, Yen Xylan said. Xinxiang immediately placed his hand on it. Then, like the previous test, he only released half of his blood qi. After checking, it showed that it was 75. 75th stage? Yen Xylan seemed to have seen wrongly. Xinxiang was just a young man, and after eating 3 blood qi pills, he already had a 75th stage blood qi? If he ate a few more, his blood energy would quickly reach level 100. This was the sign of the peak of the 5th stage Tao Person realm. At that time, he would be able to break through to the 6th stage. Of course, some people would stay at the 5th level of the Tao Person realm for a long time, and their blood and qi would be even higher, but at most it would be 150. For example, the head disciple of the Grand Immortal Sect, who was at the peak of the 5th level of the Taoist realm, had a blood qi limit of 150 levels. Shen Xiang had only refined the Tao bones in his arms. If he released half of his blood qi, there would be 75. If he released all of it, he would definitely be able to reach 150. He found that his limits were far beyond his expectations. It's normal, it's normal. Shen Xiang quickly calmed down, but Yan Xilin was still very shocked. If only you were a girl. Yan Xilin stared at Shen Xiang with a strange expression. This way, you can fight against all the geniuses for us. The disciples of our 100 Flowers world are annoyed to death by the geniuses of the various families. Don't even think about making me dress up as a woman. Shen Xiang immediately took 2 steps back and laughed. Sister Zilan, my pills are extremely effective. How much do you think I can sell them for? At least 1,000,000 pills. As for the specifics, we will have to wait for Xiang Yue to come before we can make a final estimate. Yan Xilin also seemed to have seen a great business opportunity. Shen Xiang could easily refine stage 6 spirit pills. If his cultivation increased, he would be able to refine even higher level pills or even better, and his refining speed would be even faster. This was simply an alchemy genius. She really wanted to know how this kind of monstrous youth grew up, to actually overturn her understanding of the world time and time again. Black Flame and Pei Shang had returned. They were in the secret underground room of the 100 Flowers building. Pei Shang had 4 family members, parents, wife, and daughter. Chapter 3893. Sister Zilan, why do you have to rely on the Empire to do business? Not to mention paying so much taxes. They even have to make things difficult for them. Sometimes, they even have to secretly give them a sum of money to settle all sorts of things. Shen Xiang asked. In the past, many large cities were very free. The forces behind them were very powerful, and they did not need to look at the city's face when doing business. We need to obtain a large amount of resources from the world-defying stage, and only these empires have these resources. The resources of the 100 Flowers world are very scarce. If we want to develop, we have to rely on the resources of other worlds. Yan Xilin sighed, regarding the lack of resources in the 100 Flowers world. This was also their secret, but the other worlds could guess it. Only the 9 Clouds world is very friendly to us. When the other worlds encounter an opportunity or create an opportunity, they will ruthlessly slaughter us. Yan Xilin was helpless. Then have you ever thought about building a power or sect in the world-defying stage? Without relying on any empires, you can use your greatest advantage to earn wealth, and also attract a large number of people to trade with your big cities. Shen Xiang said, Of course I have. I've tried many times over the years, but I've never succeeded. First of all, the great empires will join hands to suppress you. They will control a large amount of resources and not sell them to you. If someone were to sell resources, once they were found out, no matter if it was a prince or a duke, they would all suffer a devastating blow. Secondly, we are always attacked by powerful evil spirit creatures. We once built our own cities in the world-defying stage. Those territories do not belong to the various empires, but it is always difficult to maintain them. Yan Xilin said. Shen Xiang had already guessed that those empires and sects all had those mysterious sky sovereigns behind them. As for the demon emperor, the backing behind them was also an empyrean. In other words, the order of the world-defying stage might be secretly controlled by those empyreans. On the surface, it looked like a confrontation between the empire and the evil spirit creatures, or a conflict between the empire and the empire. But behind the scenes, there were indeed a few empyreans competing. I can help you, Shen Xiang said. Let's talk about it when you grow up. You're still a child, don't worry so much. Yan Xilin laughed. These medicinal ingredients are for you. You can refine more pills and eat them yourself. Leave a few pills for me to appraise. Shen Xiang took the 5 batches of blood origin pills medicinal ingredients, and then went to the training room. He wanted to take advantage of the time he had now to refine pills and cultivate properly. He wanted to see where his limit was at the 5th level of the Tao Being realm. He currently had 150 levels of blood energy, and he had only cultivated the Tao bones in his arms. If he cultivated the Tao bones in his entire body, how much blood energy would he have? 1,000. Xin Xiang secretly guessed. The head disciple of the Supreme Immortal School was one of the top geniuses of the world. When he was at the peak of the 5th level of the Taoist realm, he only had 150 stages of blood qi. Shen Xiang guessed that he would have a blood qi of 1,000 stages at the 5th stage of the Tao Being realm, or even higher, but he was not surprised. I'm very strong, I know. I am the world-defying stage ancestor god. If I do not widen the gap between me and those bullshit geniuses by several times, I, the ancestor god, can find a piece of tofu to kill myself. Xin Xiang continued to concoct pills. He already had a plan to deal with the Grandma Qinghua. If his blood energy was high enough, that would be for the best. Yan Xilin had already quietly sent people to purchase a large number of blood ginseng, profound fruits, and Yuxian roses. She planned to convince the hundreds of Flowers World's pill palace to let Xin Xiang join them. If it really didn't work, she would think of a way to disguise Xin Xiang as a woman and help him deceive them. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. The Grandma Qinghua had not come yet, which made Yan Xilin even more uneasy. Because, logically speaking, when the Grandma Qinghua found out that Pei Shang's family had slipped away, she would definitely come here to cause trouble. The fact that she had not come yet meant that she was definitely planning to cause more trouble for the hundreds of Flowers building. Yan Xilin was very anxious, waiting for Qin Xiang to come out of the training room. She did not dare to barge in, as she was worried that she would disturb Qin Xiang, because if the pill refining and training were disturbed, the consequences could be big or small. Sister Zilan, is young Master Xin here? Someone knocked on Yan Xilin's door, and the one who spoke was Lin Yue. Yan Xilin opened the door and saw Lin Yue and Bai Su outside. Do you have urgent business with him? He's cultivating in seclusion. Yan Xilin looked at the two young and beautiful beauties and secretly spat at Xin Xiang. Xiao Rongrong from the Xiao clan said that she once saw a conflict between young Master Shen and Huangling in the Myriad Star mountain range. After Xiao Rongrong left, she did not know what happened in the end. And there's no news of Huangling right now. He might already be dead. Lin Yue said worriedly. Chapter 3894. Yan Xilin was a little flustered. She felt as if she had been caught having an affair. She didn't know why it was like this. She was very afraid that Hua Xiangyue would know that she was hiding a man here. In fact, Chen Xiang, who was in the exercise room, had long known that Hua Xiangyue had come. His divine sense would always sweep outside from time to time. When Hua Xiangyue came in, he immediately realized that although his consciousness could not see her directly, he could still scan her figure and even the outline of her face. Therefore, Shen Xiang was very clear that she was bathing in a bath not far away. Now that Yan Xilin had returned, Shen Xiang realized that she was fidgeting in the hall and would occasionally lie on the bathroom door. He knew what she was worried about. Sister Zilan, I'm not even panicking. Why are you panicking? Shen Xiang immediately used his consciousness to send a sound transmission to Yan Xilin. When Shen Xiang's voice appeared in his mind, Yan Xilin was immediately sure that Shen Xiang was using his powerful consciousness to communicate with her. Shan Xiang being able to have such a level of consciousness also surprised her. However, no matter what happened to Shen Xiang, she was already used to it. She had long seen all sorts of miraculous things about Shen Xiang. Yan Xilin quietly came to the training room and said in a low voice, "Little brother Shen, I'm afraid that Xiangyue will hit you without saying anything. If she hits me, will you protect me?" Shen Xiang laughed. "Of course, but—" Yan Xilin lightly stomped her feet and lightly bit her lips, looking very conflicted. "Little brother Shen, why don't you leave the hundreds of flowers building first? Or I'll arrange another place for you to stay. It's fine. I can take care of Sister Shangyue. Shin Xiang laughed. She's bathing. Her figure is really good. Ah, you can peek. Yan Xiaolin's delicate body trembled. She was shocked. If Hua Shangyue found out about this, then the hundreds of flowers building might be destroyed by the furious Hua Shangyue. No, I only use my consciousness to scan it. I can scan your figure too. Shin Xiang replied. Little scoundrel, you're so annoying. How can you casually skim my figure? I've gotten fat recently, so don't randomly skim me, okay? Yan Xiaolin stomped her feet and scolded softly. I only know the general idea. Don't be too anxious. Your divine sense was once very strong, so you should know the scanning process. Shin Xiang smiled. All right, can you not bicker with Shangyue later? Anyway, you just have to humbly give in to her. Yan Xiaolin said. Leave the rest to me. I will definitely stand on your side. No, I should help Shangyue. Big sister Xiao said that you should treat me as your husband. You should stand on my side. Shin Xiang said with a smile. Little scoundrel. She only told me to trust you, to use the trust between husband and wife as an analogy. Don't steal the concept. Yan Xiaolin stomped his feet again. At this moment, Hua Shangyue came out of the bathroom, wearing a simple white bathrobe. The naturally charming Hua Shangyue, with every move she made, was charming and moving. Just by looking at her charming posture, one would feel an indescribably wonderful fragrance assaulting their nostrils. At this moment, she was like a beautiful flower under the bright moon. Beautiful but not weak, with a cold and imposing aura within her charm. Even Yan Xiaolin, every time she saw Hua Shangyue, she would look at him in a daze. Zilan, long time no see, I missed you so much. Hua Xiangyue's eyes were blurred with a charming smile. He directly pounced towards Yan Xiaolin. Let go of Sister Zilan. If you have anything, come at me. Shan Xiang suddenly shouted from the training room. Yan Xiaolin was stunned. She had told Shin Xiang not to speak carelessly before, but she didn't expect that the moment she opened her mouth, she would provoke Hua Shangyue so much. Shangyue, quickly put on your clothes. Yan Xiaolin immediately took out a red dress and urged. Hua Shangyue waved her long arm that was like a jade lotus root and said with a faint smile, No need. Zilan, watch how I make this little wolf dog reveal its true colors. Young Master Shin, I'm already here. Aren't you going to come out and see me? Hua Shangyue stood outside the training room with her hands on her hips. She was not afraid of Shin Xiang coming out all. Shangyue, he opened the door and came out. Then, Yan Xiaolin was very anxious and immediately stood in front of Hua Shangyue. Nothing. I'm just afraid that he won't dare to come out. Hua Shangyue laughed coldly. Young Master Shin, if you have the ability to steal my sister Zilan, if you have the ability, then steal me as well. At this moment, the door suddenly moved. Hua Shangyue immediately wrapped himself in a bathrobe, causing Yan Xiaolin to secretly heave a sigh of relief.